I was taught to hustle through the pain. Mind, body, and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta beat. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract, you ain't know what. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them. When out the water I blow them. Who really want it? Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know? Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level, hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them. When out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
space. What is up, everybody? Welcome to Challengers Promotion / Relegation. We got a super exciting 2 best-of-3 series waiting for you guys to watch. And not to mention, of course, your casters, me, Gompers, you already know who I am, and Marks. What's up, Marks?
Hey, how's it going? Just happy to be here, Gomp.
Of course. We all are. I mean, come on. We got a pretty exciting series ahead of us. And I mean, not to mention a super banger of a game. But all the while, I mean, welcome back to Promotion / Relegation. We got to see some fun stuff beforehand. I know the team that has previously qualified was Blinn Esports, a team that was very, very well deserved that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've taken a look at Blinn Esports, just in the collegiate circuit, as well as even, honestly, when they made the round at qualifiers first split, they looked incredibly good, and they just fell a little bit short just at the end of that qualification. And so, honestly, to see these guys kind of get back into it and secure their spot as well, it is an amazing thing to see, and I'm super excited to see how they participate in Split 2.
Of course, and I mean, Split 2 might be able to say, we'll see who qualifies for that. That's of course, true. The mid-season cup is the way to go right now, and we only have 1 spot left available, but hey, we're getting to that. What is Promotion / Relegation? Of course, it is the promotion or relegation of whether or not you get to make it up to that mid-season cup and compete to make it into that Split 2. So definitely really cutthroat position to be in. But of course, we have that double elimination coming through within the series and the games throughout the 2 days that you guys have been here so far. Of course, this being the last day, but that in itself is going to be quite interesting.
Yep, and so kind of like what you were saying, Gompers, 2 teams from actual Challenger Split 1 are in this bracket, being the Thinking Men as well as the Glazers. And the top 2 from the Premier thing that kind of happens, which is honestly a kind of cool way to build yourself into the Challengers League. That is right now Blinn Esports, who have already qualified. And then we have Resonate coming into this one as well. And so as you can kind of look at the schedule, like we said, Blinn already there. It's great. But Resonate just fell short during that series, losing 2-0. And so now they have potential to make it into that midseason cup. They just have to beat the winner of this first match, which is going to be the Thinking Men up against the Glazers.
Thinking Men versus the Glazers. And this is a team, despite being in, series throughout Challenger Series 1, this is a team that actually had never crossed paths before. So This is completely new. It's 2 of the teams that got knocked out, 2 of the teams that are fighting for that sort of resolve, and one of the teams that won't be able to make it back to that first-hand Challengers spot, which is super unfortunate. But of course, I think it's hard for Thinking Men too, because they did get knocked down by Resolve. So if they manage to make it back up again, it's like having to do a rematch against the team that you lost against previously and got knocked down into that lower bracket spot. But of course, that's for future reference. We're going to be able to get to that soon. Although I want to hear your thoughts, Marks. We'll do pick'ems before anything else, because I'm genuinely curious. Who do you think is going to win today versus those 2?
I love me some spicy pick'ems, but I honestly don't think that this is a spicy pick at all. I do think that in this first matchup, we are going to be seeing the Thinking Men go up against the Glazers. I think the Thinking Men are probably going to squeeze it out against the Glazers. And then, like you said, they go up into this position where they have to fight Resonate, which Resonate was the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket here. Personally, I would like to see Resonate actually get that spot, because they've been playing with very bizarre comps. If you were watching yesterday, you kind of got to see how they were operating there. But I think it'd be really cool if Resonate made it. But that's not to take away from any of these other teams. And of course, this is VALORANT, so like anything could happen.
This is VALORANT. We love VALORANT. VALORANT is a fun game. Of course, not when you're competing for money. I feel like then it starts to get stressful, but all the while, I digress. 2 teams kind of ready to battle out for a huge potential to proceed forward and not get knocked out of the way. So that's definitely something. Of course, map picks and bans are kind of what I'm curious about, especially regarding with these 2 teams. There are some things that should be banned, some things that should not, and I'm not seeing it. I think my biggest concern here is the sunset. I mean, for Thinking Men, this is such a strong map, and a map that I truly do think that the Glazers lack a lot in.
I mean, okay, so we got the map picks and bans ahead of time, right? And Sunset, 93 win percent for the Thinking Men, so you know that they're coming into this one. And then that, like you just said, why would the Glazers pick Sunset? Well, the first ban that they went through is actually Split, which is arguably their weakest map. And so I think that it was a little bit more of just, okay, we have a bit of a better win percentage on Sunset than we do on Split. And the Thinking Men are pretty good on Split too. So let's just try and take away our crutch and then go on to Sunset. Let Sunset through on that first round. But more interesting is the Breeze pick, because Breeze is actually the Thinking Men's lowest win percentage. So that is their weakest map, while the Glazers look pretty decent. So it feels like they're coming back with a bit of a swing on map number 2 to potentially force out Bind as our map number 3.
I think if anything, either way, yeah, Bind is a pretty equal percentage in terms of I guess more so what the teams can pull through with that third map. So regardless, the Breeze pick a great counter to picking Sunset, because this, I'm not even gonna lie, I genuinely think Sunset might be in the bag for Thinking Men. This being their best map, a map they basically beat everyone in. Like it just really does not feel good to kind of see that lockdown for that first map. So the disadvantage already there for the Glazers. Moving forward to that Breeze. Listen, I like the beach. That's pretty much all I can say. We're going to see how that works out in the end. For Thinking Men, I think the Glazers definitely having a strategy in their pockets here, especially with compositions that they run. I know occasionally we get to see some Astra and Viper, which in itself is pretty weird on a map like Breeze, but they do make it work. So this team is very experimental. My apologies for Thinking Men. They like to pull that out on a map like Breeze. Maybe that's potentially why they don't do so well, but we'll see. No, I'm just kidding. That's the Glazers that has 0% win rate on that Breeze map too. So, I mean, they could be cooking something up, but who knows? Yeah,
I mean, once again, this is still Valorant. You can do anything, can kind of happen there, but this really does feel like the Glazers being like, well, we know that this is kind of their Achilles heel, so why don't we just take a swing at that just to see if we can squeak out something a little bit more? Because I think a lot of the points that you said are incredibly valid. The Thinking Men going for a little bit more experimental Breeze, because maybe the traditional meta on Breeze isn't necessarily how they like playing. Well, that's something that maybe the Glazers can kind of squeak out and force out map number 3, but Sunset, I share a lot of your concerns here. I mean, the Thinking Men, their composition on how they like to play this is incredibly solidified. The Glazers, more or less, they tried a couple of different ideas, but eventually just kind of fit into that same cookie cutter mold on Sunset. So it kind of makes me think that it's one of those things where, they were like, well, the Thinking Men are doing a really good job with that, so why don't we just do that too? Which doesn't inspire confidence, because that means that the ball is going to firmly be in the Thinking Men's court. And so, like you, I do expect the Thinking Men to be able to take map number 1.
Well, of course, experimental or not, we're going to have to see what's going on with Sunset and what the agent select is going to look like. I know for a fact that we have been trying to see what works for Sunset, especially for the Glazers. They've had different compositions with the Breach, Cypher, Omen, Raze, and Sova actually coming back and making its way back to a map like Sunset. So it seems like they're not really changing too much, but obviously here we have a Sage and a Gecko kind of just forming for Thinking Men, which, I mean, I want to hear your thoughts on that, Marks.
I mean, all I can say about that is that they've been watching a lot of VCT lately, because with how a lot of these Sunset compositions run right now, Gecko is a mainstay. And sure, we've seen them play with Gecko before, but generally speaking, they've always kind of brought in the Fade for that double initiator combination. But I actually think that bringing in this Gecko, if done appropriately, can be a really strong pick here, because obviously, the fact that you can throw out the Dizzy and then immediately pick it up, get a little bit of information, as well as just the whole idea of allowing Wingman to be able to plant things, there's just so much more versatility that that Gecko kit is going to bring to the table. Now, on the other hand, Sova coming in as that second initiator, this one is a little bit more unconventional on Sunset specifically, but the shock darts could be very effective at trying to clean up a lot of utility that might be tossed on there, but I'm saying that. And the Thinking Men don't even have a Cypher. So actually bringing a Sage in, this is going to be a really interesting matchup between these two teams.
Definitely something to get used to, especially starting off on the defense. There's so much value with Vix kind of playing with paint at the moment down in A. But already Ping's coming down to see an aggressive, mid-informative takedown to it. Yeah, already stuns coming through. And now quick shots down coming from Scrubblebub. Huge already on the side of them. I mean, they managed to get that first execution. Of course, Paint having to push themselves back regardless. Now super low on health and a refrag for that. So 2-2 down.
Yeah, look at this. Already the flank watch underway. So at this point, the Glazers, they have to take this site. But still, Vix is hanging out here. It might be tough.
Yeah, you would think they have the upper hand, but with a rotation like this one, honestly, this might work out way, way better in the hands of the Glazers.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. A lot of the utility for the Thinking Men just simply does not exist anymore because they used it all in that fast util dump. Meanwhile, Drone still has an Aftershock and a Flashpoint available, as well as one more smoke being able to be put online, and plenty of time for the Glazers to actually set up. As the Thinking Men, they're going to have to retake this, and this one's going to be tough.
Just sitting up top, though, Zachary is already starting off strong in the pistol round and closing things out for the Glazers very spontaneously. That was huge. I mean, quick rotation, good call-outs when it came down to what the strategy really needed at that moment, and they avoided all death.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I was kind of saying, I was fully expecting them to just rush onto that A site and get that plant down. Already we saw Vix having to back off into the back part there, but once they realized where that gecko's going, the Glazers made the right call and just do an excellent job of thinking on their feet, rotating all the way back over to B. It was a very aggressive start for the Thinking Men to dump all their util. They were hoping to catch them inside of a trap, and it did more or less work out. But as soon as we got to see the Glazers start to just run their way over to B, no more utility existed for the Thinking Men to properly just refrag it, and the Glazers had plenty of time to set up their post plants. That aggressive play from the Thinking Men not quite working out the way that they wanted it to.
Yeah, working well in favor. I like the approach. Off the start, again, super great early information. Just the push-up down in A was a little bit scattered, I would say, if Thinking Men were to take something out of that. It was just timing slightly off, Scrubblebub taking in a 1v2, and then unfortunately not Paint, my apologies, someone else getting taken out in the process there. But actually, I think it was Paint. But overall, it was valiant effort, and kind of leads you to understanding Thinking Men just a little bit more. A super aggressive take like that starting off this early on in the game kind of leaves the Glazers with a lot to work with in the second round.
And this is something, too, that I have to question a little bit more about picking that Sage over the Cypher, because normally you would have trips kind of set up throughout the map in order to really check whether or not rotations like that could be underway, or give yourself a little bit more information. But sure, you can toss down the barrier orb. It's going to block off a single lane, yet you're still going to be lacking some of that more global information around the map. And so that is going to be what the Glazers have to really capitalize on their attack here. Just making sure that they can take a lot of control of the map. And right off the bat, once again, more aggression coming out from the Thinking Men. This time, though, just really to secure that orb.
Yeah, not pulling through with the early info, though, this time.
Deploying drone.
It's more so playing for the util. Drone already set out. Nobody can hear the information. Regardless, even if it does reach up to Paint, they can't rely on that solely alone to slowly work their way back towards A.
And this is so interesting because the Thinking Men have completely given up A, which should allow the Glazers to comfortably get themselves into a plant. The big question right now is whether or not they're going to try and contest it. Already, the paint shells from Paint have been used up, and Reach utility going to be tossed in onto site. Everything execute-wise is going to be great. Let's see how the Thinking Men want to play this, and if they're going to attempt to try and do a retake here.
Seems like already tons of util being expended outward, but they're doing a good job at holding themselves together.
Out of charges.
The Glazers losing Riku just off the rip of that, but regardless, I didn't really have a lot of util to utilize. I think drone is such a major point within the game, especially with a slow retake we're starting to see come through from Thinking Men. 3v1 now. Ange left down towards the back. Free Bulldog in the hands. And especially now, Paint Show gone. They can't play that post-plant positioning, so now they have to continue to fight this down, and that they will. Beautiful shots coming through from the Glazers, and big redemption.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like what you said there. It was a lot of that breach utility coming in from the Thinking Men that honestly gave them a solid shot and being able to make their way back in.
Yeah.
Such good timing with the fault line and then the aftershock. It's all kind of chaos on there. And then they just flood in with their bodies and a couple of lucky kills, actually, making the economy of the Glazers on this round not exactly solid. Sure, they've got that Vandal, they've got that Bulldog, but otherwise just some Sheriffs coming through. Well, Thinking Men, this is going to be their real first opportunity. Let's see if we're going to see some of that patented aggression right off the bat. Dizzy goes up, doesn't quite find any targets, but already Pate making contact.
Yeah, despite that, they've just gotten a couple, ran away with it. Completely unsatisfied with that, Lear starts to move themselves up, and this is risky. You're by yourself, absolutely no flashes, knowing that there was more than one here, and they still fight it. Beautiful shot to come through, just taking and ripping the Glazers apart on this bonus round.
One enemy remaining.
Yep, oh, precision. Caught off guard here, and now Drone in this 1v4 is okay, gets the kill onto Lear at least. Has a chance to be able to get that spike down, get the Rolling Thunder online, potentially for next round, but Thinking Men are already getting set up.
Yeah. Performance-wise, I mean, a good round from Thinking Men, good round from TG2, just eliminating some of that economy to kind of go down the line. But yeah, regardless, I would never have thought to, you know, push up aggressively like this. And I did like it. It was ballsy, and it kind of gave that approach that they needed to allow Drone to pull together. My apologies, not Drone, the Breach to pull together with some of those picks. So Lear doing a great job at that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, like I said, though, Drone will have the Rolling Thunder online. Seen a bit of a switch up, actually, by Thinking Men. Specifically where they want to position themselves, because Zachary this time would be the one taking a lot of aggression. The Barrier Orb slowing things down for a second. But actually, Precision might get timing on Paint, never mind. And now they know that this must be an A-side hit. You don't see that Cypher and think, ah, yes, they're pushing here.
Oh, I thought Vix was going to get noticed, but they aren't. This might be huge. One way still placed. Absolutely no idea as to where Vix is. And of course, they're still having maybe a Dizzy or a Wingman to use in this moment, but not necessary. Big retake potential for Thinking Men here. Still having 5 of their players and Precision down. So, I mean, at this point, only biggest worry is, yep, waiting for this Rolling Thunder to move through. Riku getting prepared to push that down. And regardless, a 1-for-1 trade, so you still have some sort of potential to really take things back if you're Thinking Men.
Honestly, just a smart move to use the Rolling Thunder off the rip. Now Zachary responding as well. Has that online, but the Thinking Men are just really taking their time. They don't want anything to do with that showstopper.
At least now they know where this team is. Kind of residing. Majority going through.
Cover going up.
Opposite side here, Scrub above, slowly working themselves in, down through smoke, and finds another one. Thinking Men slowly bringing themselves back and preparing themselves for that victory. 2-2 scoreline.
Yeah, the defuse coming underway. Honestly, just good understanding of Thinking Men. And if you take a look at the ultimate, like, economy, I said ultimate economy, I just meant the overall economy. But I think the Thinking Men are doing really well. Not only are they able to force the rifles out of the Glazers' hands, but they pull out that Rolling Thunder, pull out that showstopper. And the Glazers honestly didn't get as much value out of it as they probably would have wanted. It's an interesting strategy. Thinking Men more or less leaning on their retakes as opposed to actually trying to defend the site. It feels like they really just want to play aggression. We want to push into you and use our utility to do so, as opposed to hold things down. And quite frankly, the Glazers, they're getting a lot of room, but they're using a lot of that utility on the entry, making the post plant a little bit more difficult for them to be able to secure against this Thinking Men retake.
Yeah, they're watching. Reformed with the op, holding the angle. Making sure that anybody that wants to push themselves out is going to be taken away from this. And a beautiful shot, a possible collateral, but it ends up not that way. Wolf starting to push itself out, and another one. It just does not end. 40 health left and still fighting for their lives, but it's Ange that takes that one back. So the op now not in hand. They have to fight for that. That's huge economy wasted, but at the same time, a possibility for a round win.
And yeah, those Barrier Orbs being such an annoyance here. Scrubble Bubble, not able to quite find it, but has the information. Paranoia gonna go out.
Trying to use the op for good more so, but yeah, so lit. Honestly, you can't even do anything about it. Done with it as well. huge util. And I mean, regardless, even though TG still did have, okay, Sheriffs playing against an op, what can you do? They still managed to pick that up. So at the end of the day, definitely putting in some good efforts there.
Yeah, and then on top of that, now we've got Paint being able to have that showstopper online, but Reformed, wow, that was just a performance with the operator there. You called it. I thought there was going to be a collateral there, but just a little bit off, just a couple of pixels wrong. And yeah, at that point, it's just an overwhelming gun advantage that is going to allow Thinking Men to just very comfortably retake it. The Glazers going up against the Storm. They try that 5-man stack onto the B side, but immediately get punished for it. And now they're just a little bit more hesitant to do so. Looks like Thinking Men this time, though. Gonna play a little bit more on taking that mid control, but look at that. Such a little clean microplay around that smoke. Beautiful stuff from the Thinking Men.
And mid is always such an issue I feel I've seen with Sunset, just not being able to take control. And already with the big op shot starting up, they've lost Riku. Lack of information. Only thing they can account for is maybe that stun to come through, but it's Paint that's still there. Paint shell available, doesn't take it. But that's okay, Scrubble still stuck up back. Still stuck. Down towards back. Util pushed down, and that's huge.
Down B.
Already left down to the spike. And they have full control over the situation. How do they just continue to run away with the op shots? It's like TG just can't do anything. Despite the 1v1, Lear cleaning up all the mess that has been done and still keeping the op in hand as well.
Man, I just got to comment on the fact that Precision really living up to the name there. Oh man, stunned up with the fault line, still flicks over, gets a clean headshot. But still Lear is able to clean that one up. And honestly, when you just take a look at the util game that's kind of coming out between these two teams, it feels a lot more solid from Thinking Men. We're seeing a little bit of util toss here or there, the basic smokes and the flashes onto sight. But overall, the Glazers, it feels like they're stuck in their ways of how they want to use the utility, where the Thinking Men are a little bit more dynamic with it. I mean, obviously, the smoke last round was an excellent version of it, but I have to admit, I love the way that Thinking Men are playing around what they've got.
It's such a quirky way to use the stage, too. You'd think you'd want to put it in the hands of the duelists, but they're using Paint to the best of their ability alongside Lear, now especially being able to push back, gather some information, still keeping Reformed in place.
Nice and slow right now. A lot of ultimates actually online for Thinking Men as well, so if things start to get a little bit dire, they have a bit more room to work with.
Oh, and a beautiful turn around. Come on, the wall just set up to keep themselves at bay, and it's so good. The way they play with this Sage is just immaculate, and you would think that you can see why it works in terms of what's been run and what the meta's starting to look like, but now especially slowed down coming through. Scrubble Bub looking to make things happen. Though unfortunately Reformed a bit too late too. Yeah, Paint shell just to clean things up. Again, TG just struggling to keep themselves in the running here, especially as that 5-2 comes into fruition.
I figured it out. I know why they picked Sage. Because it's incredibly annoying. That's all I've got right now. Because, you know, you made an excellent point there, right? With the weird walls coming up, and then Reformed is like there with an operator. But even just then, what you saw, using the Sage wall to deny the space and allow for a little bit more of an escape, because, well, Sage doesn't have any movement utility. The Sage is just being so annoying, and it's been so difficult for the Glazers to try and predict where that op is reliably. Unfortunately, you don't really have that much util to kind of make that one work, but aggressive right off the bat.
Okay, big. Already leaving out Zachary out of the picture, so you lose your duelist for the attacking half. How are you going to approach this side, especially now with drone? Yeah, already getting so much health taken off. 3v3 situation, and even then Reform still has the op. I'd be scared. Where can you go? What can you do? No information at all.
Yeah, this is where things start to fall apart, is that unprecedented aggression just kind of getting punished, and suddenly the Thinking Men find themselves into a little bit more of a weird spot. Reform does have this resurrection online, but actually won't be able to use it. I thought for sure was going to be able to get that operator pick, and now I think the Glazers know B side should be open. Riku is able to get one more ultimate orb that will allow for Hunter's Fury to be online as well. It could be an excellent tool to at least stall things out, while the Thinking Men 2v3. This is where they should shine on this retake.
Yeah, taking their time, though.
Spiked.
At least now they're going to have to run, knowing majority are there, but so much Cypher util stuck around the back. You have the cam to watch out for information. You have the trip to play for that. Yep, and now already given away 2 players stuck on there. And just breach util, the only thing that you can use, luckily enough. Having themselves an ultimate to push through it, but it doesn't matter. Wingman's still trying to find something, but the time is ticking in a 1v3 situation. Not the best place to be in. Yeah, back and forth, ring around the rosy. Round win coming through from Jump.
And that time around, I mean, obviously we can say that was, ooh, thinking men. They put too much gas in the tank, they overburned themselves, a little bit too much nitrous, almost flew off the edge of the cliff there. But at the same time, I think that this is just a bit more of an understanding coming through the Glazers in how they like to play a little bit more aggressive off the rip, or try to go for really deep flanks right off the bat, because you know, while Paint was using that showstopper, Scrubble Bubble also used the From the Shadows to go right into their spawn to try and get that backstab. And the Glazers were kind of ready for it, and they punished it, much like the flank on the post plant. So a bit more understanding coming through here, but the Thinking Men, they've still got a nice and comfortable patch of money to sit themselves on top of. This round, though, Zachary also has an op.
Nah, Reformed has been so quick with it, but it seems like Zachary just proved me wrong. Reaction time, not there. And now the sight ain't there either. Already gathering so much with it. Paint Shell to push Zachary just a little bit further into it, and it's Riku to shut things down. It's a beautiful, beautiful teamwork that just comes through. TG still waiting to peek the angle, and I think Vix knows. Dissipation of the smoke gone, and Vix holds the angle. It doesn't even work. Regardless, mid-sight. Control still being taken away.
Oh, precision. Just walking across, Lear's gonna get it. What? It was that! That is unbelievable stuff, and now this round is just shut down. Vix will just have to save their rifle here. Unbelievable flick coming through from Precision on that one.
Dizzy's up top.
Yeah, thinking, man, that took a slightly surprising turn. It seems like they've relied so much on the op to do a lot of the work. Where, as to now, of course, Reformed takes the 1v1, loses out on it. They have no backup plan for it, so they just continue to get taken down. Especially in a moment like this one. This was game-changing for TG.
And I think that if we look at how some of those rounds went, that still is just such a nasty flick there. But Thinking Men coming in here with a little bit more creativity, a little bit more novel strategies, specifically around Reformed. This tends to happen in Valorant. Obviously, your team starts to get a bit of a better read on what you guys like to do, and so they can adapt for it. And I think that we're just seeing the Glazers start to get a bit more comfortable with it. This is interesting, though, Gompers. This time around, Drone is going to be the one with the operator in hand. Zachary just using the Vandal, while Reformed going to be back on a Vandal as well. A lot more static from defense. Thinking Men just playing that contact, yet trying to play off of what information they can gather, because once again, they don't have that much utility to really get them that info without just listening or seeing things themselves.
Okay. Bit more quiet, though. Kind of settling themselves for some informative play here. A huge shot coming through from Precision alone, too. And now especially identifying where the op is from Thinking Men. Huge counters, tons of ultimates just set down back to back. The rolling thunder start to take place and you lose your life. TG holding on to every single moment that they can. And it's beautiful. Already a TP just moving forward down towards B. So space taken and the B site controlled. Lear now stuck in a bad position, but nobody knows. Already huge potential to take out more than one. They find Drone, but they can't seem to do anything about it. It's done. 2 players stuck on the extremities. And now even with the smoke dissipation, you still have to fight this 2v3. And absolutely no util to utilize. Wingman stuck out and Vix is alone.
Oh, as soon as that kill went through, Vix was like, and I'm out of here. You guys have fun by the spike. I'm gonna just clear myself away. And honestly, the right call. Excellent response coming in from the Glazers there in that middle battle arena that was kind of getting tossed down there. Immediately just trading back with the Rolling Thunder, nullify any ultimate, because things could have gone from bad to worse. Vix will be able to at least get one more kill here. His drone goes down, but now Riku potentially getting the swing. Oh, and yeah, Vix not able to get that kill. And just like that, the Glazers find themselves tying things up. And the Thinking Men are left kind of just scratching their heads because these last couple of rounds, nothing that they've been really trying has worked out in their favor.
Yes, this should do.
They're changing the pacing a bit, which in itself isn't too surprising. Reformed has lost their spark on the Sage. TG know what to expect now, especially with the wall up coming down in mid, the A site hold. So now they've taken a quieter route, right? Taking that control, and I like it. I think it's become hard for Thinking Men to really play against something like that.
Yeah, and just taking a look too at how this defense is set up for the Thinking Men. Given the fact that they do have Reformed on that stage, and I feel like I'm going to keep on harping on this point, but come on, when you pull something out like that compared to what most teams run, you have to talk about how this impacts things. And what we're seeing right now from the Thinking Men is a very static line of defense. They're very fast at just abandoning the sites and then being like, okay, well, we can just kind of play for the retake. But what that ultimately ends up doing is it takes away a lot of information from what you can gather about what the Glazers are running or where they're pushing, where they're using utility necessarily. Because the Thinking Men are completely backing themselves up until they can get themselves into a nice big old group and then retake whatever happens. And we've seen them have a little bit more success when they do take that early round push. When they do move forwards, they set up a little bit more of a flank better and use the utility based around that. That seems to be one of the strengths of their retake. But because of the lack of information, they're scared to push out of their own neutral grounds. And Zachary already Showstopper online.
Oh, and they've got so much damage. Might work out regardless. 2 for 1. And a huge turnaround for TG. The A site completely theirs. And again, unfortunate, a line of position. You're playing against Vandals, and now you have the potential for Singers to really pull through here. But again, Paranoia can only do so much. And now Reformed, not really having much to slowly pinch these players out of the way. Maybe try to gain some ground. Of course, Smoke doing enough as it is here for Scrubble Bub. Especially under the circumstances that there are, especially down in this 1v1. Flash just set out Scrubble Bub in a terrible, terrible position to fight this down.
Yeah, still has the Paranoia available, but at this point, decided the spike wouldn't be the worst. You get your ultimate back online there. Is able to actually take out Precision. We're going down themselves as the Glazers, they take the lead now. 6-5. And this is going to be the last round where we get to see Thinking Men on this defense. It's been a little bit rough for them these last couple of rounds. Riku as well is going to have a Hunter's Fury on a line. But I like the Glazers injecting a little bit more pace into their attack. I think if they continue to be this aggressive and potentially just roll over the Thinking Men's early push, then it sets themselves up to be in an excellent position to just win the rest of the round. And you can already see the pings on the map already. The Glazers are probably going to go in fast.
And fast they will, honestly. A Pain Shell can't seem to hold them back. Hunter's Fury kind of hunting down whatever's happening in mid, but lack of information kind of leads them to continue that push up towards A. This is, I mean, if they tend to flank that, it might be a pretty huge idea. Seems like not. Feeling a bit more insecure about that.
Oh, Vix actually is able to duck that away, and yeah, Drone almost going down. A little bit of a misplay, but a lot of utility getting dumped in. The Glazers don't take any ground for it. And honestly, I think the Thinking Men are doing an excellent job at defending this site right now. The Glazers look like they're kind of trapped.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to survive at this point. It feels like the Hunger Games. This is just the bloodbath area. Once you enter, it's done.
Not quite as catchy as the Hunger Games, but, you know, let me know how the publication goes on the Bloodbath area.
The Bloodbath area is the new title for the Hunger Games.
Yeah, so the Glazers too, because the spike is already tucked away there. Thankfully, because of the Cypher utility, they know that they're not being flanked, so they're going to re-aggress here. Scrubble with the first one. Ooh, Lear finds that second.
Yeah, huge enemy remaining. Spot to be in, already just off-centering themselves. Everybody on Thinking Men are playing strategically now, waiting for the push. And they've changed it in their minds. Before, it was the objective of eliminating these players. Now it seems like the objective is more so keeping the site intact. Before, they would have went full force out to the outskirts of A, maybe have tried to fight that to make sure they push back. But here, they just kept control, and that's all you really need.
Yeah, I mean, once again, look at that. Just the ultimate util dump up front just to make sure that the attack gets staggered for a little bit of a second. And honestly, too, a little bit of that is just because the Glazers dumped so much right off the bat, praying that they kind of run into paint. And to be fair, they did. But now it's all tied up 6-6. Thinking men, this is where things could start to turn around here. Still curious how this Sage is going to work, specifically on the attack. But on this first round especially, that Barrier Orb does an excellent job of just taking out one of the potential lanes onto the site post-plant. Of course, though, they might just go for an aggressive wall. I mean, we've seen so many of those right off the bat. So let's see how this one shakes out. The Recon Dart, oh, dodged, actually. Gives no information, and the Glazers think there's nobody there, so let's just abandon the site. Zachary is going to be the point person, though, and once that information is given over, I imagine we're going to see the rotation come way back around.
Okay, with one way being set. Now they know that somebody's holding the angle, and I am curious to see how they're going to handle this. It doesn't seem like Paranoia is already set up, and don't have too much to play with here. Silence out of the way, and just push back from TG. This is a common recurrence I've seen, is just not being able to hold it. Yeah, regardless, just a slow workup. I know Zachary's holding the angle. Does get pushed back. Paint shell still available. I think Paint might try to clear the angle, or maybe zone some of these players out of the way with this alone. Yep, already stepped back down towards the back of site with Paint slowly working themselves up. Oh my gosh, it's worrying. Pistol round going 50-50 for both sides, and Ange was fighting for their lives to keep them alive.
Excellent shock dart. Keep in mind, Recon Dart available as well. Could be huge from Riku, especially as the retakers come in.
Oh my gosh, the smoke just saved the life of Reform just a bit, honestly. Zachary definitely lacking some of that confidence as that set down. Now just a right click from Reform that's needed. Breaking the opposite wall, but too many players watching the spike at this point. And they need to push in. They have nothing to work with here. Maybe if Precision can hit the shots, and they do. TG winning out on that defense.
Man, I love these Sage walls. I mean, say what you will about them, but that was such a fun idea. As soon as they run it onto site, they clear the back thanks to the paint shells tossed in by Paint, and then just put up the wall, and you can see the Glazers were like, what do we do about this? Like, we have never seen this before. And so that it just got to this like weird, awkward situation where you could tell that the thinking men were like, okay, we have a little bit of time to breathe, so let's try and figure our stuff out. But ultimately, the Glazers, they just play together, they got the numbers advantage, and they win out that pistol round. Once again, taking the lead here. Well, the thinking men, this time, looks like they're going to hard rush onto B, but I'm so worried about a lot of this Cypher utility. That one way could be absolutely deadly for this attack.
Already won the last round, so they're feeling pretty good. Especially now with Cam just settled down in B. Once they pop that one out, might get taken down, but yeah, so many players just left over.
And on top of that, too, keep in mind, Ange is just watching A. In case anyone walks up there, a lot of information given, and they're already setting up their util combo, but with the smoke going through mid, that should give the Glazers a bit of information that that mid presence is completely sealed off. As soon as the Cypher trip gets destroyed, that's going to be the sign whether or not it's going to be that A side attack or if it's going to be a B. Actually, it's just right up mid.
Cage triggered.
They've walled off any signs of entry, but they still managed to take another one in. So TG kind of hold back for a while, but a beautiful execution already from Thinking Man. Outlaw done! And the Classic still does the job. They've held on. And even then, 6 health, they're still fighting, regardless of that. Potential to pick that one up, honestly, quite slim. And now, especially with a spray down, it's a clean-up 3K from Zachary. Man, that was looking risky.
I feel like the word of this map is creative for Thinking Man. It was such a novel idea. But what ended up happening was ultimately they ended up splitting themselves up in 3 different locations. One walking through B main, one walking through door, one walking through the defender's spawn. It got so uncomfortable, and they were hoping to just kind of do this pincer mechanic, but ultimately it gave up these 1v1 opportunities where the better weaponry from the Glazers is going to do more than enough to be able to take things over. But I think the last thing you want to pay attention on that round is how quick the Thinking Men are at taking space on this map. As they now have rifles, that's going to be a more important factor for these attacking rounds. But Glazers, speaking of map control, they're already rushed into the attacker spawn. The Thinking Men, they don't even know it yet, but they're going to be pincered into this A-side hit as the entire team of the Glazers are going to be waiting for them.
Oh yeah! Monster
Composition is interesting too, because now, yeah, only source of information they have is going to be the Thrash that really sets through here. Although nothing. Can't find anything with it now. Zachary's still stuck in smoke, especially with everybody else slowly working themselves up. Now finally finding 2. It's Thinking Men bringing and reeling themselves back into the top. Though Drone, good understanding as to where this player might be, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, Stun kind of missing out on where the general location might be. Overall, TG stuck in a bonus round, so not the best kind of position to be in when it comes down to what weapons you want to use.
flawless.
Yeah, flawless round.
Okay, another creative Sage Wall kind of coming in there. I mean, it's so interesting because when the Thinking Men decide to take A side, they go through elbow and more or less just stack themselves in elbow, relying on this angle that you can see Scrubble Bubble right now, just kind of taking, because they understand that the Sage Wall funnels the retakers into either one of 2 positions. And as long as that Sage Wall is still up before it gets shot down, then you know that they got to be coming in through one of 2 places. And so they set themselves up in that area. And at that point, the Glazers, they don't really have that much utility to more or less push them back. This time though, once again, B-side hit. The smoke goes out early here as the Glazers recognize that. And so they respect it and immediately have to pull back because they don't know whether or not they're losing mid-presence.
I love this. They're just waiting. Oh, and they need to just kind of eliminate any of the util that might have been there, so they know they've cleared at least the first couple of inches there. Yeah, and Paint starts to move themselves up. 3 players down towards the backside, and even through the smoke they find it. That's such a huge pushback, especially for TG, man. And they just completely won. At this point, all they have to do is play incredibly smart from this point on. Even then with the flash, it's beautiful. Zachary not letting go. And a Paint shield down towards back to eliminate the majority. It does not end. 4K just settled down for Zachary. And they continue to fight it down. Reformed is so lit at this point. A fire has been formed, man. And TG, unbelievable performance coming through there.
You failed.
Yeah. Hey, is it too late to rescind my prediction earlier before this map started? Oh, I do think that it is a little bit of TG just kind of stepping it up, but it really just feels like that missing of the Cypher is kind of really just not working out too well for them on this attacking half here. The Siege utility, unfortunately, on the attack is not getting as much value as you would want. Whereas at least with the Cypher trips and, you know, you can throw up the cages and whatnot, it gives you a bit of a better chance to isolate yourselves and at least zone things out a little bit better. And like I said earlier, you know, novel ideas are great, but as soon as your opponent starts to read into them a little bit more, they start to fall apart. Zachary gonna be taking little bit more of an aggressive angle here, and the Thinking Men, they've taken over mid completely. Once again, that Cypher utility is going to allow the Glazers to give up a little bit more room, because until something goes down, they know that the Thinking Men are nowhere nearby.
So many trips. Again, I mean, we've seen Precision down and B quite often. If anything, Thinking Men starting to feel the pressure. A map that was heavily rooted towards them now, kind of seeming like it's going more so in favor of the side of the Glazers. So, and Paint in such an unfortunate position. The only way, actually, no, JK, big hole in the wall. At this point, it's the game show.
This is interesting. It's going to be a battle just out front of B. Once again, the Thinking Men just 5 stacking just outside the site. Good paranoia.
Yeah, huge. Well, they try to flash back to maybe get some sort of counter through, but it doesn't work out. Thinking Men, they just 1 by 1 eliminate everybody. And what is Drone going to do? Maybe they get 1, but at the end of the day, that's a round win coming through for Thinking Men.
I just took a look at the composition here, Gompers, and I realize now that, yeah, there's 3 flashes, including Lear, who can throw down the fault line, and on top of that too, like the paranoia flying through. At any point, if the Glazers try and just attack Thinking Men, with pure utility, the Thinking Men will win. I want to see the Thinking Men go for more attacks like that last round, where it's very quick, just get onto the site, get the spike down, and then let yourselves set up. When they're all grouped up and they know where the Glazers are coming from, that's when you see the util dump get the most value out of it. And already, now they're just watching for it. We're going to be seeing the Glazers this time, though, on a little bit of a save. Keep in mind, Zachary does have this Guardian, Riku with the Outlaw. But it's a bit of a stalemate. The Glazers this time were the one who got aggressive on mid. No way.
Yeah, try to pull through with some of the shots there, but everybody else just can't really find an appropriate moment. I mean, here doing... For TG, already taking out 2 so early on with the weapons that were given to them is already pretty huge, but now slow work up down towards B. And of course, Riku getting walled off. They thought somebody was up there, but it wasn't that.
This is actually good. Reformed picks up the ultimate orb, now has the resurrection available online, so Scrubble Bubble can be back into the fight. Already though, Hunter's Fury coming out pretty early on, and Scrubble Bubble won't even be able to play the game. And that's a lot of information that Drone has just captured. The Glazers have to know that this is where it's going.
30 seconds left.
Attempting for some sort of pushback. Drone, he pushed out so much util, and that did kind of spare them some time to avoid this. Now all it really is up to is whether or not those right clicks are going to work, but it's Riku holding down the fort with the Outlaw. Now 12 seconds left, the plank coming down, and they might have just done it. No.
Spike planted.
Still having to fight this one. Oh man, in a split second that would have won them the game. Now, shock darts to do damage, shield just down. And every single moment that passes, they're slowly closer to winning things out. Beautiful play from Riku.
Riku with the Outlaw. That is unbelievable how often the Thinking Men were just getting caught off guard with that weapon available. Like I said, Gompers, that was not a good buy round for the Glazers. And yet, honestly, Riku just kind of clutched it up. The Hunter's Fury, a little bit early in my opinion, but is able to secure the kill onto Scrubble Bubble. And Zachary with that first pick is absolutely massive. And this is not looking good for the Thinking Men now. I mean, that was supposed to be a very clean round, yet just the Outlaw, the 2 shots just do so much damage, and it's just completely shaking them up. Their buy is getting a little bit shaky as well. We're not going to see a full buy coming through. Paint at least has the showstopper online. Might be a very aggressive play right off the bat. Could be the case. Round taken, but nothing found for it.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Not at this point. Oh my goodness, Riku with a wide swing just coming through from smoke, and TG, they pretty much have this one in the bag. And I'm seeing a new TG than the one that I saw yesterday on a map like this one. It's so interesting to see this sort of change. They seem more put together now, trying to kind of just make sure they take the site back. But even then, so much util just being expended off precision alone. TG still managed to find one. It doesn't matter. You can run, but you can't hide is the motto. And now we're down to 11-8. I'm surprised.
What we're seeing right now is TG slowly dismantle the Thinking Men death ball. By the death ball, I mean just the puddles of flashes that could kind of be thrown at them at multiple points in time, whether or not it is the dizzy, the flashpoint, the paranoia, all of that type of stuff. Now it feels like the Glazers are using their utility to stall it out. So after those flashes happen, there's a bit of leeway where we're not seeing the Glazers be able to capitalize off of it. Whether or not it's the smoke, whether or not it's the paint shells, it's just giving a little bit more space, and then a lot of that utility just gets nothing. And so Thinking Men are having a hard time engaging off of that lack of utility that is getting purpose. And now, I mean, this is a very easy read for the Glazers. They should know all 5 are here. Precision in a great spot still.
Oh no, not anymore. At this point, Pain Show coming back at the perfect time, but they still managed to find something else with it.
A.
You kind of do see the paranoia taking place. They thought they might have done something with that, but the spike isn't even planted. They're waiting to see if anybody wants to try to get this push out now, especially with tons of information. They know where both of them are. And they're going to try to ridicule them from that spot. And it seems like maybe so Scrubble Bump fighting for their lives to stay back. Now, especially with information already given away down in smoke. It's another one to take away. Stinger still in hand. And a TP that's not going to do much. 19 seconds left until we might just be able to see something else from it. But it's already a GG in the books there. Match point from TG.
Wow, I was not expecting this outcome here. And TG, I mean, once again, it was an excellent attempt coming in from Thinking Men there. If they had the weaponry, I think they actually would have been able to squeeze that one out. But the Glazers have just been very proactive, I think is going to be the best word here. They're not afraid to take these opportunities and just swing out and be in these uncomfortable spots where they're securing a couple of kills. That time it was Drone. Previously we've seen Precision. It's just one of these players is in a weird spot, does not get cleared, and then gets away with 2 or 3 kills.
This goes here.
And now the Glazers, they're on map point. Eventually just closing this one out. They were not favored to win this. This was Thinking Men's strongest map with a 93 win percentage. This time they're struggling to get it done.
Not much of a struggle when it comes down to Zachary, though. Oh, man. And even then, a huge kind of reposition coming through from Paint. Yeah, stuck down to that 1v1. They've lost their Omen. So executions on site going to be a little bit harder under the circumstance that can't really find that space.
Nice and slow right now. This is a completely different look from what we've seen from the Thinking Men. Once again, Glazers just doing an excellent job of respecting it as well. They know they've got utility to be able to back themselves out, whether or not it's the paranoia on A or the fault line on B. As soon as they get a little bit of info, they're going to be backing off of it. The Thinking Men potentially going up into their spawn to side against it. Right there. Now we're going to be walking right towards that Cypher.
Precision still watching. They might have just been able to pull through huge from TG. And it's game over. Unless Vix can pull something through. There's the possibility of that being slim to none. At this point, 2 pieces of util left available. Okay, Rolling Thunder. Really just adding on to it. At this point, I would be very, very annoyed. And it seems like it doesn't even matter. The Glazers, a map that seemed like they should not have been able to win. They will pull through victorious.
Defenders win.
And do a hell of a job doing so. Huge W in the books for the Glazers here.
100% a huge W. The Thinking Men coming into this matchup were favored, especially on their pick of Sunset. Even when we saw the map pick, we both questioned, that's interesting, you didn't ban Sunset? Are you sure you really want to do that? But, I mean, the Glazers, they make it look really good. I do think that there is a little bit of onus here with the Thinking Men deciding to bring in that Sage as opposed to that Cypher and almost being in their own head, and you could tell that they were trying to go for these creative plays, but the Glazers just started to shut it down and had a good read on the situation. And ultimately they walk out 13-8. I mean, that is a very definitive scoreline.
No, it truly is. And not to mention 13-8 after your win percentage of what, 20% on the map? And you're running through with against a team that has been so dominant on a map like Sunset. And again, I really do think it might have just been the composition not really working out halfway through, especially like that Sage Gecko is so strong, in my opinion, especially with the op. I think a lot of teams weren't able to play against that, but the Glazers, sometimes there's just one team that can, and I feel like this was one of the circumstances. So, of course, though, big congratulations to the Glazers for running through with that first map, but we have a lot more games to go through with, so we'll be right back with more challengers.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Matchup. It's the Thinking Men up against the Glazers. The first map was the Thinking Men's pick on Sunset, which they have an over 90% win rate, and the Glazers have like close to 30% win rate. And we kind of just saw the Glazers play around with their food a little bit, and the Thinking Men lose that one out only 8 rounds on that one, while the Glazers were able to pick up 13.
Am I heard? Can you hear me?
Do you feel heard?
Do I feel heard? Okay, awesome. I feel so heard right now. Thank you guys for listening. This is my therapy session. Yeah, it was kind of a crazy game, I'm not going to lie. And I know we said we really did think Thinking Man was going to pull through with this. And it was quite surprising when they didn't. And I guess that goes into the triumph story of, like, you know, some teams that they lose against teams like this, right? They have bad history and whatnot, and then they really do practice and come into promotion and relegation. And obviously that's the story of Blinn, where, you know, they lost against the Glazers before. They triumphed, and now they've taken that one spot. So kind of the same origin story here as we're seeing from the Glazers now, kind of pulling through. They're kind of looking hot and heavy. I'm not going to lie. And I like that. They're cooking, and I'm hungry. So, you know, serve me whatever you got cooking on a platter, and I'll eat it. This is obviously a cry for help to DoorDash me food. At the same time, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. But
my goodness, Gompers.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, but of course, like, one of the things that I noticed here on Sunset was the way that we saw the Thinking Men play. They were a lot more aggressive. They wanted to play together, get in your face. The util was very much focused on a little bit more of the micro plays, in like, we're gonna do our flashes here, we're gonna use the Sage Wall here, and the whole objective of a lot of that is just to get kills. And what we ended up seeing was the Glazers start to recognize that, obviously too, starting to recognize some of the fun patterns that we saw with the Sage, Reform playing the Sage, and then just trying their best to counter it, whether or not it was to make that gap in their utility window, or just start to split them apart, you know, give them the space that they want, let them all dump things out. And it was really when we saw the Glazers split up Thinking Men and dismantle that utility soup that they were throwing at the board, that's when we saw the Glazers be able to win. And as soon as they kind of picked up on that, it looked very one-sided from this team.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the thing I'm also kind of scared about moving forward is kind of just like the performance of what we're going to see on Breeze, though, because, you know, kind of looking at the map history, Sunset, great map, 25 win percentage is crazy. I mean, it was just 1 out of 3 that they had lost, but just obviously pulling through with the possibility of moving forward to Breeze, a map that this team has not been able to win at all when it comes down to the Glazers. So for Thinking Men, at least getting some of those reps down to it throughout the season, and now kind of coming up to this conclusion as to what's going to happen. But Zachary definitely shined above the rest on a map like this one. I will say the Glazers, I felt like before when they had played previously against, I believe they played against Blinn or something like that. Yeah, after they played against Blinn, I really didn't see any value in the Breach playing with Zachary, but I think they found that after maybe VOD reviewing that previous match yesterday, and they looked so much better.
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about that, what was the combo that we saw coming out here often was Breach and then Omen. And especially too on the defense, the Glazers were doing an excellent job of this, to either use the fault line or the paranoia to really just halt down the state of play that the Thinking Men potentially were going to be tossing at them. And it was those fault lines that made such a huge difference, in addition to like the flashes, but it still looked so good every single time that utility got through. And of course, Zachary playing a lot more explosively. It really felt like Zachary was being supported by the util a lot better than Paint on this map. And as a result, I mean, there's the reason why we're seeing Zachary be the MVP on the Glazers. And on top of that too, Zachary can op, right? Like, that is one thing that you always want to be able to see your duelists do. And Zachary was taking the 1v1s against Reformed and usually coming out on top.
He was doing great. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of thought when it was Reformed versus Zachary that Reformed had it in the bag. The reaction time was crazy, obviously dismissing any sorts of blinds and flashes and whatnot. And, you know, you kind of see Zachary in that position where, okay, now the 1v1's coming, Reformed has this in the bag. It did surprise me. And so, again, like, it's that confidence that really does shine above the rest when it comes down to kind of the Glazers versus Thinking Men. They came into this knowing they needed to win, knowing what the stakes were. And I think that's what really pushed them further. Sometimes people just work better under that sort of pressure.
It's so funny because sometimes they're just like, just relax. That's when you play your best and stuff like that. But I agree with you. When you've got that little carrot dangling in front of you, you understand what is on the line here. You got to take things a little bit more seriously. And right now we're seeing the Glazers do exactly that. They're now one map away from potentially eliminating the Thinking Men here. And so the Thinking Men, they got to be sweating a little bit because, I mean, like you were saying, Breeze, our second map, we're going into this one next, and the Thinking Men don't exactly look great on Breeze.
Did you say the carrot dangling in front of you?
Yeah, like they keep the little carrot in front of you, so you're like, yes, I must keep on going.
Are you
ever heard
chasing
that idiom before?
Are you chasing carrots? Like, if I had a carrot dangling in front of me, I think I'd turn the other way. I don't know what you're chasing, but
it's a race dog analogy. Okay, regardless, let's talk about Breeze.
Put a burger there. What are you doing? All right,
yeah, of course.
It's fine. We're going to Breeze. It's all right. At least Breeze has freaking ice cream. Maybe. I mean, it's a resort,
tropical.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's tropical. Breeze, a resort that entices killing people, but I digress. It's great. Valorant. I love Valorant. Breeze coming up, of course. Picking this is the Glazers, which again caught me by surprise, but that's the scariest thing, I'll be honest. A team that has not been able to pull through with a win on a map that just really did not look good in previous times. A map where they didn't even have a set composition is now taking its toll, and this team is picking it is terrifying. It means they have something that they're planning. They have something that they think is going to work against this team in particular, and I think Thinking Men have to be ready.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, just with how the season has been going with Thinking Men playing Breeze, it hasn't looked fantastic either. So to me, what this says is that the Glazers, once again, they're picking something that they know that the Thinking Men aren't necessarily good at, even though they might acknowledge that this isn't necessarily their strongest map either. And so they're hoping that, their low is a little bit higher than the low of the Thinking Men here. And at this point too, I think it's important to mention that we are playing this before the Viper nerf comes through here, because obviously Viper, a big staple on Breeze, but as soon as that nerf comes through, who knows how the meta is going to shift. But I think it's safe to say that we're probably still going to be seeing a little bit of Viper here.
Yeah, I don't think Viper's... actually, I'm not going to lie, depending on how bad it actually is in a team play. So I think people are definitely going to try it out. Eventually, I think Harbor's not too far off, to be completely honest with you. There isn't like the ability to like re-bring your wall back up, which I think is one of the most valuable parts about Viper. But I've seen people try to swap it out for the Harbor from time to time. I've seen teams try to implicate that with the Astra. I really don't think we're too far off of that becoming the actual meta, especially with the sound cues from the Cypher. Frick Cypher, guys, please get me a new Sentinel. But at the same time, I digress. We got a Yoru and an Astra coming down to this, especially with that double controller composition from Thinking Men. A huge potential there, and I think Reformed is going to do a great job at playing that Yoru role to a T.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, based off of how that Sage was being played last time, I am confident in Reformed being able to play off this Yoru here, but I have to say, I'm a little bit hesitant. You talked about the Cypher nerf. I have a feeling that the Thinking Men are actually all about the Cypher nerf, because it feels like they've been avoiding Cypher like the plague these last couple of rounds. They don't want to bring in Cypher, and especially too on Breeze, where, the whole reason why you want to set up those traps is to make sure that you've still got map controls. Make sure that you're denying the flank coming through as well. That's a lot of information that you just kind of lose. So Thinking Men, once again, kind of leaning more towards a death ball, in my opinion, where they have to be a little bit more aggressive, and they're going to be playing Scrubble Bubble like that pseudo Sentinel.
Oh, and I didn't like that. Drone was ready for a flash, but Zachary kind of just rushed that. So unfortunately now you're stuck in a... Oh man, I just messed up. Now you have to try to fight your way back, especially on this pistol.
Yeah, just had a little bit of an oopsie in that early round there, but no big deal. We go again. And now it actually seems like the aggression going to be moving forwards for Thinking Men. One of the benefits of that Astra, we're still talking about Astra, is that you can toss down those stars wherever on the map. But importantly, Drone, a lot of information on Backstab.
Oh, nice. It's big. Already Drone trying to gather some sort of redemption from the mistake made off the beginning. Good usage. Now having a suppression as well to use. Yep, going to be able to do that. And that's going to catch more. Finding out that Asoba's nearby as well. Not going to be able to fight that, though. Pistol round going a bit more in favor of Thinking Man and a huge rotation down towards A.
And on top of that, too, the fact that Ange is moving up there is going to solidify that piece of info.
30 seconds
of course,
left.
Cypher Camp's still going to be available on that A site. And actually, spots out Vix, which leads to a little bit of confusion for the Glazers. They're not 100% sure where this is happening. Finally, the camera does reveal that information, but that one peek actually just bought them a lot of time.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, Recon already destroyed, so not going to get too much information. The only thing they really do have is, okay, I know where Lear is. And how we might just be able to fight this, but even if you know where they are, it really doesn't matter. You have to win out the fight. And with Vix left alone, nothing else to use. Maybe just some of the util set down. That might not even work out in favor. Right click. All that's needed from Ange. And of course, confidence rises above all from the Glazers.
And they say Valorant isn't a horror game. That one caught me by surprise. And just very violently swinging around the corner, have that classic in hand. Able to find the kill there and seal the deal. But while we're on the topic of Vipers on this map, one of the biggest things that I need to highlight is the fact that that Viper Molly is that unique piece. That's why I actually don't think that we get Harbor as often on Breeze. It's simply just because of the Viper Molly. Especially on the defense, does an excellent job of being able to deny things out. And obviously on the offense, does a good job at being able to clear out corners and play for those post plants. But that thing is so good at just denying the space. And quite frankly, that was the big thing that allowed Drone to be able to move so deep on the flank. Right now, the Glazers, they're playing around those mollies. And I think that that is how you want to do your defense on Breeze. As soon as you get some information, oh, they might be coming here. What if they just like didn't? Because there's a grenade exploding in front of you. And that just halts the push completely, potentially splitting off your Yoru, potentially splitting off your Jet, and allows for a bit more space to breathe and get yourself set up. And so from the Glazer side, I imagine that is going to be a staple in this defense. And I think the Thinking Men should be able to play around that one. Most of the majority of these compositions kind of do, but it is still one of those things to be aware of.
At this point, again, I feel like kind of getting risky there off the rip, but yeah, just being able to pull that back is the biggest probability. The Glazers running off a win too, so confidence definitely like exuding from that. Zachary's like, nah, I got this, fam, don't worry about it. But they did it.
Hey, Drone
it's funny.
did. For what it's worth, Drone did.
It's funny too, though, because we know that Zachary's just going to pop off eventually. Especially with that being said, like once you start feeling confidence on the Jet on a map like Breeze, I definitely do think that's the scariest thing that you can have. But not much of a counter to that. Those second round coming through with better weapons, better mentality, and better positioning. So yeah, just waiting for that to happen. 16 seconds as we start to just recollect ourselves, see where we want to go. The A site looking pretty heavily contested, especially alongside mid there.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting too, because if Zachary is on that, I imagine it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. A little bit more just take the space or get the information out here and then once again just play off of it. But yeah, that actually gets a lot of information. So the suppression, scouting out, I think 4 members there. And yeah, Thinking Men, they completely just back up. They are taking a little bit of tube control here, but mostly undecided. But that information actually allows Precision and Ange to move so far.
And they just push it out. They know they have the advantage, which, I mean, kind of an interesting choice. A lot of people would tend to keep their respects down, especially with these close range weapons. You don't really want to hand those fights over, though. Paint finding one of their own, that's huge. Riku down. So lack of information, a possibility, especially now with Drone trying to take Lear out in advance. Seems like not going to happen though.
And the Thinking Men are in such a weird position. I mean, look at Vix just on the other side while the rest of the players are all stuck up in tube. They need to get a little bit of a reprieve if they want to be able to escape this, but it's looking really tough. Vix more or less can't really help besides using the toxic wall, and Glazers have the read on what's going on. They're starting to rotate around. They definitely have more map control right now.
Left.
And Thinking Men are feeling the pressure. What is this?
the squad walking up on the B site. Nobody's there.
Best timing there.
13 seconds left too. Okay, Precision's just spamming it down regardless. So I mean, they don't even have the spike to play with at this point. Paint getting a bit too heavy into the picks. Why are we missing shots here? Everything is just messy. And now you leave Vix in a 1v2 situation. Of course, not going to be able to pull through with the win, but Plant not available either. Yeah, regardless. A valiant effort though. I mean, you could definitely see the vision there. Seems like Thinking Men able to pick up some guns here.
Gompers, that was an episode of Scooby-Doo. I'm just gonna call it.
It really
as
was.
is. You know where they like walk through one door and then appear on the other side of the hallway or something like that? I mean, they completely just bamboozled each other with their own positioning on the map, and there were so many opportunities for Valorant timing to just play a factor here. Precision, though, able to come out on top and most importantly drops that spike down on that B site.
Right here.
As a result of that one, the round is more or less over, so the Glazers get that second, but now Thinking Men, they've been prioritizing this ult orb. They will pick it up yet again, and now Reformed is so close to having that dimensional drift online. Could be used to just engage very heavily, but once again, Zachary getting rather aggressive. Does only have this outlaw, though, looking for a potential pick as a... Okay, now we're seeing that aggression pay dividends.
Oh my gosh, he just gave himself away! And it doesn't matter. Reform still picks off the fight against Zachary. Oh, and that was such a huge indicator. I think that was intentional too.
And actually too, I think what we were seeing at the beginning there from Thinking Men was that they were just playing a little bit further back, expecting to see a little bit of aggression on one side or the other. And it works out perfectly that time. And on top of that too, they keep that B side in check. Know that no one is pushed out early round.
Who's next?
Wow, and this is honestly great teamwork already coming down to it. Yeah, Jerome not having much to say about a situation like that when Thinking meant pulling through with the ultimate. And now finally able to find themselves that possible first round. Though it's up to Ange. And with that, yeah, with that being said, backs off ever so slightly. It's like, nope, I'm good.
Yeah, just see if you can play for a couple of picks, get your ultimate just a little bit closer to being online, but I think that was honestly just the Thinking Men doing an excellent job at challenging that aggression. As soon as we saw Zachary just push up there, they jump on that one, able to get the kill. And then Reform just continues to hang out and claim that space as their own, and it's just so much easier to be able to go through. The ultimate, of course, making it a lot more easier, but given the fact that they know that they don't have that level of skill to kind of contest with in Zachary, it's a lot more comfortable engaging in onto the site, and that's just a clean breeze take, plant, and execute coming through for the Thinking Men, as they will get their first round on the board.
This is where we start to see kind of like that turning point. You know, who really is going to take that lead? Because now equal playing field. Everybody has the same weapons, baby. There's no complaining at this point, especially with Zachary pulling out the op. So when it comes down to TG, one thing we do know is that they tend to do like to abuse this. So I'm interested as to how this B site's going to happen, especially with the potential for maybe a retake down in A. Majority of that control leading down towards mid.
And actually, too, the Glazers, they swap up their defensive agents. So we are going to be seeing the Jet and KO hang out on
Right
B
here.
site this time.
Right here.
Which might just throw a loop for Thinking Men. Once again, they're playing a little bit backwards, expecting to see that aggression, but I don't think that they know that Zachary is going to be anchoring down this B site with this operator, and given the fact that that wall is available as well, allows for just a bit more control, making it more difficult for Thinking Men to potentially move in.
Yeah, the dash was an interesting choice, especially with no information at all. So that's kind of gone. They're just waiting. 54 seconds left. They know the push is going to have to happen here. And the spike isn't even in hand. So regardless of whether or not they push this, potential for a pick is in the hands of Zachary. 36 seconds left now. The A site is left slightly open. They don't know, though. Precision still stuck around the back. Oh, finding out Scrubble. Oh, reaction time there, and they're lucky. Finally, an ultimate to give them some sort of information. And they know the push is here. Beautiful shots. Already finding another. And it just might be theirs. TG insane with the capability. And they've held on. Regardless of this 2v3 situation, yeah, Zachary's going to have honestly a good time wrapping around the back with the operator. Hopefully trying to find something there.
Look at Drone, though. Could pop the door, make them confused for a second, allowing Precision Zachary to re-engage. This one's going to be tricky for this retake.
Last player standing.
All right, well, another one left down to Zachary. Reformed has a flash that they can use, but I mean, what much is the flash going to do when two people are wrapping you, especially with the AWP already on its way? They could try to recollect this. Flash comes out maybe just a bit too late, and it's Drone with the confidence to peek this. TG bringing in that 3-1.
Yeah, and Zachary too, able to keep the operator there. I mean, I have to say, Reformed doing whatever they can to try and pull this round back, and yet it still falls just a little bit flat. Precision, though, ultimately the hero for the Glazers on this round. Not only able to secure that kill, denying any Astra smokes, but then gets the ultimate as well. The Neural Theft revealing so much information about where things are going, allowing Ange to stack up a multi-kill on the actual site. The Thinking Man just pulled to pieces by a single piece. So honestly, excellent job to Precision. And honestly, while we're talking about Precision, even the last map, Precision has been such a strong hold for the Glazers, and honestly just anchoring down some of these rounds for this team.
They don't miss. That's why they name themselves Precision. That's why they named themselves Precision. It's quite crazy. But man, Drone out in mid. Honestly, I like that. They know there's absolutely nothing in mid. That allows Riku some leeway, kind of taking a step back, and even knowing now that this smoke might be a fake, so very informative.
And the mind games now, I think, are getting a little bit to the Thinking Man. The fact that Zachary has that operator means that we're no longer seeing that aggression come out from the Glazers round after round. If there wasn't someone coming out of A, there was someone coming out of B, but now that Zachary has that operator, you just hold the sight line down. You don't need to risk yourself. And yeah, the Thinking Man, it kind of puts them into this time crunch.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, and there's not much to do here. Just trying to back themselves away, but it doesn't matter. Some of the damage already left. Lear. And now Scrubblebub trying to take some of that control down to the extremities, but yeah, they haven't even pushed sight yet, and it's 33 seconds left. All TG needs to do is hold this down. Shock darts readily available for Riku to utilize here. They're not going to use it. They know there's somebody's there, and they're looking for the next, but it doesn't come out. The AWP's still stuck in the corner. And now even then, Reformed feeling pretty confident putting themselves in a risky position there, but still. Yeah, Spike set down two players, just not feeling too good about the situation, especially with the AWP in hand and a 2v4.
Yeah, and you can see Zachary immediately backing off here, and not even going to attempt it.
Toxin screen down.
He's going to be backing off as well, and once again, I have to highlight Reformed. I think Reformed has been doing a fantastic job at securing the kills where they matter. Very early Hunter Fury coming in from Lear actually pings up Reformed, which not the most ideal, but it's in that chaos that we actually get to see that Yoru start to thrive. And just like that, it's going to be the Thinking Men slowly pulling themselves back while Zachary holds on to that operator yet again. Time crunch a little bit against the Thinking Men there, but they make the most out of the situation and do a very clean execute. Not exactly the cleanest plant as Lear goes down in the midst of that battle there. But regardless, Reformed able to get the spike down, keeping Vix alive, importantly, cut off so many of those sight lines, and the rest was history. So the Thinking Men definitely still into this one, as we're going to be seeing the Glazers go for a bit more of a scattered buy. Precision having to buy up that Stinger. But let's see how this next round is going to shake up.
They're pinging everything. They're going for it. That's what you do. The communication is not there verbally. It's just there in the game. But they're yeah, Zachary's still holding this with a AWP. And I thought they were gonna push this hard, but it seems like not. Now, regardless, they're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But maybe it doesn't happen that way. Zachary ready with everything that they have in their power, and the crosshold beautiful coming through from Riku. The teamwork is there for TG, and they just don't let it go. Reformed is stuck in the back of sight, and they still get caught out. Nothing. They don't know what this team is trying to do, and TG are flawless yet again. A 4-2, and man, a big headache in the hands of Thinking Man.
What happened there for the Glazers was one of those instances where it's like, all right, we've got a plan A here, and then just in case we're going to make a plan B, And when all of that goes wrong, we've got plan C in the back pocket. So let me walk you through what happened, because Zachary goes in with the operator, is able to get a kill, immediately Paint dashes in to punish. This is where plan B starts to implicate, where Drone tosses out the fragment to deny anybody else that space. And while that is happening, as well, they've got somebody else watching the angle to make sure that Paint gets punished right off the bat. And so there was so much room for, honestly, Zachary to just kind of go nuts and still be able to escape alive in the midst of all of that. And once again, it's that level of just kind of creativity right now that we're seeing from the Glazers. Be a little bit more aggressive, change up their style on the defense round after round to confuse thinking men. And it's honestly really working out well for them, Gompers.
I think everything is just like, dude, their aim is insane. Zachary getting aggressive on the op is something I feel like, you know, is very well warranted on a map like Breeze, especially to hold back any potential push. Because once they pushed out that recon dart, honestly, it probably would have been game. It would have been a huge ton of information on the side of Thinking Man if they didn't push that out. And honestly, they're just handling things to a T. Now Pop Flash moving forward for Zachary to take a possibility for another shot and leaving that up down to Riku just to watch that tunnel. Man, this is painful. Already the first one just set down and then pushing themselves away. Huge aggression on the defense that we're going to be able to see from that duelist, but another one set down. Riku, huge damage. Already with 2, but yeah, they're done for. Already down in the smoke. It's another one. They heard the noise just a bit too late there.
Sometimes the timing gods giveth and sometimes they taketh away. Still though, Riku got a lot of value with the Hunter's Fury. He does oh no, Zachary, speaking of Valorant timing, it's straight.
Oh no.
Okay. Gompers, I got really scared there for a second.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to feel about that one. Dude, what is going on? The shots are just not hitting today. It's a second one. Oh man, so lucky that Vix was able to kind of clear that one at the end of the day. But 2 stars left for Scrubblebub and a Dream. Down on the A site, 2v4. So probability not really there. I mean, they have
enemy remaining.
mollies maybe that they can throw out to kind of close out some of the angles. But even that, Vine is such a huge map that that's not going to do too much.
And now Ange, the last person left standing, actually able to find Lear there. So, okay, hold on, this ain't over yet. 1v2.
Oh, and they have the Viper Spit, dude. They could honestly place this down and get a pretty good probability, but yeah, they knew some of the stars were there. Doesn't matter. And this is such the aggravating part about having an Astra. And this is the only reason why Astra works on a map like this. You have the gravitational pull. Okay, cool. Go ahead. Try me 30 seconds in. I got it. And that's the nice part about having that.
Oh man, I mean, also too, like, what a round that we were saw here. It just felt like missed timings, things not being checked, people caught in weird off positions that just allowed the picks to kind of come through. And of course, Ange almost won that one back, but you could see the wraparound from Vix already happening as well. The Thinking Men were being a lot more proactive that time and were able to just find some good stuff. Might be seeing a little bit of an overheat here. Oh, not again. Zachary not able to find the kill though.
Okay, Decay slowly taking away of Zachary, but of course now slightly resolved though. Reformed in. Oh, this is such a good position. They didn't hear him coming around the back, but it's still Zachary to clear it. It doesn't matter. Thinking Men. Oh, and they have everything they need. The information set down, but even then, a resurrection not possible with the circumstances. And a 3v4. They haven't even planned it yet. They're still looking for the perfect position to do so, but a flank around the back. This is huge. They have it from Ange. They don't know what's happening. Vix is peeking around the corner, but of course the aim is there and a possibility to take even more. The molly to clear and a slow workup coming through. This is good. It's Riku now. No drone readily available, having to use their own body for it, and it is going to work out, especially with that 3K just to clear things up.
Man, and honestly, I love the response coming in from the Glazers on that round. Obviously, the Thinking Men, they go for something that had worked for them a lot more on the previous map, where they're playing a lot more aggressive, playing so fast, so clean, and they do get themselves onto the site extremely effectively. But then the Glazers, I mean, they're aware of what's happening, and so they just kind of give that up. They've already taken quite a bit of damage, and they somehow are able to turn that one around. And I think that it was the level of just hey, they're getting that spike down now. Let's not give them a moment here to set up their post-plant positioning. Let's just pounce on them as soon as it goes down. And you could tell the thinking men not being able to set themselves up, not being able to group up, not being comfortable with their positioning, just started to crumble like a stack of cards. House of Cards. I was so close to getting that one right, but regardless, Zachary this time with the Blade Storm available.
Not only that, Ange is still kind of holding on to that Viper Spit too. Oh my goodness, and Zachary now missed out on the opportunity, but Lear, okay, they hold on quick, it doesn't matter. Not going to be able to utilize that Blade Storm to its full potential, but again, Viper Spit still set down over towards B. They lack that, and they know that majority set down towards A. I'm surprised that a rotation has not come out yet, especially for the time here.
Spike planted.
And that has to hurt too. They committed the Viper's Pit onto B. Fix here as well is probably going to get a timing on precision. Nope. Yep. Going to be the case. This round is sealed and shut. Riku being pressured as well, but such an expensive round from the Glazers, all things considered. And they just get absolutely rolled over. I imagine Ange now just going to look for some exits here to try and get some of those ultimate orbs to Riku off of the Viper's Pit, just not finding any value right off the bat. But a solid round from the Thinking Men. I love this attack from them.
Ange is just going to stay patient at this point. I mean, making sure they have that save to come through, but 5-3, 5-4 now. Thinking Men pulling through with a victory. And it's not as close of a game as I feel like a lot of people might have thought it would have went. Again, Thinking Men really showing some signs of struggle. And what scares me the most is Zachary isn't even in his full element. Like,
yeah.
We're not attacking here. And it feels like we are. TG constantly pushing out so early on. And that might be, honestly, one of the things that's keeping them down so close.
I mean, that kind of works specifically on Breeze, in my opinion, because you want to be able to anchor down one site and then get a little bit more map exploration going on the opposite, right? And
yeah.
You can tell that they're really relying on Zachary to kind of make those plays, but now that they understand that they're up in the pace, well, they got to slow it down, and well, that'll do just fine.
Down A.
Oh, huge info too. Kind of interesting to see the way they handle things, though. Mid control trying to be taken over by Ange while everybody else just fighting for their lives down in A. Thinking Men struggling yet again, but it's Lear. Okay, they slowly fight things back, and they have a drone available. So even then, if they want to push for this rotation, or even just reposition themselves to a different position, oh man, but the Cypher util is just going to make this so much harder unless they take Precision out.
That's the thing right now that I'm watching for. The fact that Precision stays alive here, that is going to be huge, because given the fact too, they've already got Ange watching mid as well. They know it's either onto this A, and as soon as the trip goes down, it's going to reveal exactly where those players are. But it does feel like their hand might be forced if they don't just go for a little bit of a trick play here.
Obscuring vision.
Yeah, they've eliminated that. And they might have thought there could have been a potential for a big rotation out of A. I guess maybe there was, because Precision did kind of move themselves out of the way. They know now possibility for a Cypher slim to none, but a huge opening shot just taking out Riku. And coming around the corner and just cleaning up the opposing side. The Glazers, they're not out of the game just yet.
You know what's really interesting about those last couple of rounds, Gompers? We're going to start just at the top of them. Because what happens is, okay, we see Zachary fly out. The Thinking Men, they hold back for a second, see Zachary fly in, boom, punished, and now we just demolish the site. That time around, they're like, all right, let's just hold back instead. And so the Thinking Men are like, well, Zachary's not pushing up, so now's our time to go aggressive and go in hard onto the site, which the Glazers have set up for, and then immediately just roll right back over them. It's these weird timings around that level of aggression specifically being played out by their Jet that is really determining the flow of these rounds. As soon as they realize that the opponent is being a little bit more aggressive, the other team just kind of slows down and waits to punish that. But now that they're kind of dancing tit for toe, I imagine we're seeing something a little bit different. And actually both of the teams this time around being a little bit more passive, except for getting a lot of mid control right now for the Thinking Men.
They're just trying to lure out TG. They know they've been pretty aggro. Time and time again. Although majority of the time it's been over towards A, so I'm surprised they choose to kind of sit down around and be and wait. Guess this might just be the approach they want to handle for, especially a consistent losses down on A, but here the star's already set down. And a possibility for even more. I know they're just waiting for it. Yep. Slowly working themselves towards the back. Recon dart set.
30
And it's Rika to try to find some info.
Oh, that smoke could have been deadly.
Revealing
A little bit of a bait and switch play coming out there from the Thinking Men. Didn't invest a lot of utility, but Zachary now into the back of the site. Could be a bit of a backstab, but if they clear that one, it'll be great.
Spike planted.
Hunter's Fury. Oh my gosh, and they almost found it, but it seems like they might have found more. Tons of damage, tons of information were formed. Finding themselves in a pretty good position as well, but they're going to have to fight off another 1v1, especially as that flank comes through. TG trying to gather information, and it just does not work. Slowly but surely, Thinking Men rising to the occasion, especially when it's needed. I mean, here Ange is just honestly telling me to shut up at this point. 1v3. And huge shots just dialed in, but 25 health left, and of course, time is ticking. Keeping that Vandal in hand might just be the best investment they've made.
Yeah, we're going to go into now the last round in this half. Vix had to pop the Viper Spit, just secures the round for them, but once again, it's Reformed doing such a good job at finding players one-on-one and winning out those gun duels. Of course, I could talk your ear off about utility, playing around the team, but sometimes if you just find yourself in those scenarios, you pop out, surprise your opponent, able to get the jump on them, you can shut them down. And we were seeing Reformed do that on 2 of the members of the Glazers trying to go for a flank that early on. And it really does feel like right now the Thinking Men, they understand how the Glazers want to play. And so the Glazers, they have to try and figure out what they want to do. Do they want to push Zachary to be a little bit more aggressive this time and support that? Or do they continue to play passive? Well, that's a lot of information right off the bat. We see them pick up the ultimate orb yet again. I'm expecting that Reform might be able to get this dimensional drift online, and if they can find that single pick, we saw how well the Thinking Men play around it.
Deploying drone.
We've set up a TP. Some sort of diversion. And now a fake as well. Oh, and this is huge. Nope, but it doesn't actually catch out the eye of Thinking Men regardless.
My ult's ready.
Can't really do anything about it. It's so surprising. It felt like for a second there, TG had all the angles covered, but now even then Precision with a share shot and finding a Vandal of their own is going to be able to slowly push themselves forward, but now zoned into one position. And one position only. Just trying to make with what they have now. Cage set up, Vix settled on top. Beautiful shots, and if it had been that one that they were able to collect, maybe there would have been a chance, but a 6-6 half, and Thinking Men, they've brought themselves back up.
Yeah, nice little up-down there play.
Move in after I strike.
The Thinking Men, they pull it back. I mean, look at that round board. Going back and forth between these two teams, each one just trying to stay a little bit more ahead than the other. But this is where I start to question things a lot more about the composition coming out from Thinking Men. Given the fact that they don't have that Cypher, this could be a little bit more difficult. We saw them struggle on their defense last time not having a Cypher on Sunset, and Scrubble Bubble once again on the Astra, not a very common pick. And so I wonder if they're going to have to rely on a little bit more just frag forward play, because Vix is the only one right now who brings that mollies. I talked about this earlier, having the fragment, having the Viper Spit, that stuff does an excellent job at stalling things out, but those tools are just simply not available. And yeah, we're actually going to be seeing Reformed and Paid navigate their way out of B, but the hit is going to be on this A side.
They're just in it. Like, they've gained 50% of that site in seconds. Now Scrubblebub has absolutely nothing to show for it. The smoke dissipation already starting through. Now they're feeling more lost than ever. What do I do? Where do I go? And it seems like maybe that's not the correct position, but Paint slowly working themselves around the back. Thinking Men with a 2K and a flashbang huge to try to gather some of that potential, but nobody's there. And they're lacking some of that teamwork.
Player standing.
Or Precision is there. Not even able to peek around the back. Yeah, timing big, especially on the Essence there, but Thinking Men slowly taking back that lead.
Yeah, and see, that's what they wanted to do on the attack a little bit more, in my opinion. They wanted to play that level of speed, but we're getting punished for it, which led to a bit more of their confusion.
Yeah.
And yet, this time around, you know, we saw the aggression come out there. I do like the combination of having Reformed and Paint start to roll out. We know that both of these players are extremely good fraggers, but I'm going to be a little bit concerned because the Glazers can start setting up trap plays for it once they start to get a little bit more of that read. And so that's when we're going to have to see a little bit more variation. You can't keep hitting your head against the wall and expect a different outcome here. Of course, though, this round, Thinking Men, they're coming in. They're buying a lot of Bulldogs. We are going to be seeing an Outlaw come in as well. Maybe trying to give Riku a taste of their own medicine. But as soon as that wall comes down, it's very evident which site's being attacked.
Yeah, they hear the plant coming down.
Spike planted.
Not really much to do about it, though, especially as the Viper wall starts to come down. Reformed looking for shots of their own. Already a 2K settled into it. Yeah, no shield and a classic is pretty easy to get some shots on with the Outlaw. But of course, doing a good job at keeping that potential there. 8 to 6. Very, very valuable to kind of move forward with, but the right clicks. Immaculate gameplay from Thinking Men alone. And is just playing for some sort of lineups here, which might actually work. Already settled down for 2. Second one stalling for some of that time, and all they need to do now is play for that spike, but you got 2 players already watching, and it's already too late. They've won the round in a very, very odd way, but it works out for the best.
I am befuzzled with how that Snakebite was able to get that final kill there and actually pull him off just for a second, but I think that was also in combination with having the Poison Orb online, just reducing the HP that much more quicker, and so it becomes a, I should be able to tank this one out too. Oh no, where did my health go? And I'm dead.
Yep.
Somehow able to win that round. Unbelievable stuff. Thankfully, though, the economy for the Thinking Men isn't completely in shambles. It was a very nice, fast hit that we got to see come through from the Glazers, and honestly, Ange has been a very high-impact player on this map thus far. Has been able to find quite a few frags, but that time just saves the round as the Glazers find that bonus. And now, Thinking Men in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. While the Glazers have all the weaponry that they need, Zachary going to be the one, Outlaw in hand, shuts down the Owl Drone already, claims Tube, while Thinking Men get aggressive on...
Okay.
What was that?
Illegal. Illegal gameplay. Don't know how they managed
Call
to
the
pick those. Oh my goodness. And it still continues though too, because now it's just the tap after tap that Drone is able to settle in. And even though they're playing the KO, they're not even playing a duelist. They tend to frag out so many times just based off that accuracy that they have. But it's up to Vix now. And yeah, they know Drone is watching the angle, so
should be a fairly easy plant here. Honestly, might be good to, yeah, let someone else plant, get that ultimate orb online. Riku going to be the person get closer to that Hunter's Fury, but that time around, the Glazers just did a really good job. They were like, you know, they're probably going to push us. Let's just hang back and play a little bit of aim labs. As they basically just walked into our crosshairs. Vix will have a Bulldog here, looking to potentially get a couple of kills, but this round is done and dusted. The Glazers are going to be able to get yet another round and retake the lead.
yeah, chances of coming back from this one are slim to none, especially with Vix. Just time of the essence. Lineups already settled down, and now you have Riku waiting for you to just touch down on that.
I can't die here.
You know, at this point, they're just trying to bait something out. I'm surprised that they decided to peek it, though. They knew they had this in the bag.
I'm not gonna lie, Gompers, I have to agree with you on that one. I think that might have just been a little bit of overconfidence being showcased by the Glazers, thinking, yeah, I mean, this round, like I said, is done and dusted, so we can go in there, just get another kill, see who's gonna get the ultimate orb, pad the stats a little bit more. And as a result, you know, they get punished pretty hard of it. And actually, Vix now is getting closer and closer to having that Viper's Pit online. Was pretty far off in the distance and now halfway there. So a little bit of a misplay, but all things considered, all good from the Glazers. This time around, a little bit more of an aggressive play, but a bit of information off of an early recon dart. As the Thinking Men, they actually used that orb as well to take mid presence as well.
Trying to cross things here. Maybe find something up in Vance, but doesn't seem like the way, especially now with the patience leading up towards Thinking Men. They've gathered information. Okay, there's one here. Maybe something around down in mid, but they haven't found too much.
Killed them. My ult's ready.
Great little angle being watched by Reformed. And that's another way that they can kind of be aggressive in just taking over the map space and catching their opponents off guard. And I think that right now we got to see Pain and Reform do an excellent job of that. Milkman now online. Site take is underway.
Waiting to use the dash, but it doesn't work out the way Zachary wanted. Luckily enough, taking themselves out of a very, very odd position. I think biggest concern here, not really the flank, especially as Ange is watching that, but how well can they hold this post plant? The Outlaw just waiting to be used. Maybe found out, but the only thing they're going to do is maybe 140 health. Set up on Paint. Paint still possibility to be kept alive, but even then, the flank looking amazing with Reform, taking out that TP and a 3K to their name. But a 1v1 situation. Huge Molly's already settled down, and they can't get it. If anything, still trying to keep themselves down inside of the game, but a Zippo clutch. And I mean, a huge job from TG.
And this is what I'm starting to notice right now. The Thinking Men, while trying to get all of their ducks in a row, they just run out of time. This happened the last round as well. The stall right now from the Glazers has been fantastic, and it's all because of Ange. Ange has once again won them the round. Little thing to mention as well, we saw Reformed use the ultimate, but because of the timing with the null command, immediately can't put that mask on and go into that other realm, just immediately just shut down. And it led to a little bit of uncomfortability. You saw the Thinking Men had to rethink their strategy once again, lending to that time there, but it's going to be a little bit of a trade at least. As a Reform goes down, traded out for Riku.
Best call for them, but at the same time, kind of risky, because now no noise is heard towards A, so they've made the assumption for a rotation to be the best thing for Thinking Men, and maybe it was, but at this point in time, actually, it might have just been Vix taking down Zachary. In an unfortunate line of events, but Thinking Men holding on for dear life and still trying to fight things down, but it seems like even then Precision willingly pushing and finding that control. Up to Scrub above though, 1v2 situation, and now up to Drone to make sure they can keep it. Zippo clutch and a huge 10-7.
Wow, the Glazers are running away with it. That was looking a little bit scary, not gonna lie. I did think that the Thinking Men should have been able to get there, but just, once again, being able to trade effectively, the Glazers not an unwinnable situation, and they come out ahead yet again. Absolute chaos. For what it's worth, the Thinking Men did an excellent job at starting to even things out and trade off of each other. I think that lends their strength is playing as this kind of ball squad where they all just group up and are able to win when gunfights when it matters. But that time around, the Glazers win yet again. Will be Rifles coming through. Paint has the Operator this time. We do see the Duelists split themselves up on that defense. This could leave at least a little bit of a gap. Hunter's Fury also online.
Pulling through with the Hunter's Fury. Everybody else trying to make themselves just find some sort of space, but it doesn't happen. Reformed even now down as well. And Thinking Men just can't seem to hold on. They have an op, but what value is that going to do, especially now with everybody settled down on B? Mid-control maybe, and Zachary just won't let it go. It's over. Everybody hunted down. And now an op in the hands, quite potentially, on the side of TG. I'm actually curious if they're willing to pick that up. It seemed like there was a desire to.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
That is honestly just the worst case scenario. Can't even save it. I think that Paint was actually trying to just back up and disappear to be able to get that save in at the last minute, but wow. Just honestly, chaos happening on the site. But once again, Thinking Men, they look all scattered. They're not really playing together, which is where things start to fall apart. You can see multiple opportunities where the Glazers were able to isolate those 1v1 situations. We can talk about utility all you want. Doesn't matter. If they're not expecting you, you get the kill, it works out perfectly. And now Drone will have this null command available to play around. We see Thinking Men getting aggressive again, but they have to give up a lot of space in order to do so, hoping for a kill.
Precision finds it. Though luckily enough, you're kind of playing with that buddy system, so refract potential was there. They did lose out on that Duelist, but playing on the defense, so much util to utilize here, especially with the flash settled down from a formed. Vix caught themselves beautifully, and they finally find another one. 2K settled down on the board, and thinking, man, they're back.
Oh, I was so scared there for a second, Gompers, but look at this. And watching this back angle, gets one, gets the second. They might be back into it, but it's already being closed.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, wide swing.
Or not.
Moving through from Vix. Oh, they utilize the ultimate here. Oh, no, but Ange, they're not settled for some sort of post-plant position. They know they need to take this 1v1. Then find the potential to maybe use their molly to fight this out, but yeah, timing of the essence and thinking, man, they are not willing to let this go. Again, the stakes are high. You lose this if you're thinking, man, and you're out.
Yeah, it's all on the line, and thinking, man, this is looking like we went from a very set playbook strategy on how we want to aggress here to like, okay, let's just find a couple of kills, find a couple of timings and positions, and then just rely on being able to win out our duels. Ange almost pulled that one back, but then as soon as Reformed kind of goes through the dimensional drift, you can tell that it forces players to reposition themselves, and as a result, it gets a little bit more difficult. So we're now seeing the thinking men, they're going for a timeout here. Paint actually going for the operator yet again into this next one. They do have the Cosmic Divide to play off of, as well as the Viper Spit. This is going to be an important round, Gompers, because it is going to allow them to solidify their economy while making it so the Glazers go to this weird, mostly full, but kind of half buy, potentially on the next round, which could start to even out these rounds.
That and... man, too, like, thinking men have so much potential. They're one off of the Blade Storm. I mean, not that they're going to need it, especially with the... actually, they might. If that op goes down, they're going to need it very, very much. But they're kind of loading up so many ultimates here, and I think the potential is pretty huge. It's a while away before TG are able to kind of collect something out of that, unless they want to farm some of these orbs and picks, but... regardless of that, kind of trying to read into what TG want the B site seeming like the main course of action here.
And I'm wondering now what the protocol is with Paint having that operator. Previously, we saw with the Thinking Men, they just used it to hold down those long sight lines, but it actually looks like it's going to be done in support of Reformed, as Reformed makes a little bit more aggression here, but immediately stopped thanks to Precision's utility with that Cypher.
Oh, Paint's watching with the op, but of course Reformed is watching Paint back. This is huge. It's a weird offset positioning. It's not like Paint can really fight for some sort of refrag potential, but trusting in Reform to make sure that everything's looking good. Now TP settled down. Not hearing anything else. Tons of information made, but nobody's trying to find it.
Top of that too, able to get out of a dangerous situation, so now Paint's going to be the one with this operator who can really get some damage here, spots out an arm.
No charges left.
Oh, but they're still up above. Okay, Zachary's actually trying to find something big here, looking at that confidence, but it's Paint to do even better, and now pulling out the Blade Storm on their own. They were in such a weird position. But even then, 3v2. And not much to utilize or work with. I mean, possible suppression to kind of pull through with the win here. The chances of that actually connecting are slim to none, and Scrubble Bub just gets one through the smoke, and it does not feel good. Especially for TG here, having to rely on drone, but we've seen drones aim before, but how well can you aim when they're behind you? Vic's cleaning things.
Yeah, honestly, that...
Thank you.
As soon as the spike went down and they were kind of evened out from both of those teams, you could tell that the protocols were in place. Vic's immediately starting to come around, but man, spray through your smokes. I've said that before, I'll say that again. You never know. The common angles, you could easily just get a kill here or there. Top that too, the Blade Storm forced out, but thankfully they win the round, so the economy not going to be too damaged. And I got to admit, I was a big fan of that little Reformed Paint play, where you have Paint watching with the operator to allow Reformed to get a little bit more aggressive, take a little bit of space, but also too can escape, and then if they continue to try and chase that Yoru, then Paint's watching with an operator. It's just the smokes make it so much more difficult to be able to secure those kills. And this time around, Paint playing on this A side, more or less alone with this op. This one's going to be a little tougher.
Oh, the pop flash out. Okay, Paint doesn't even know, but it's okay. Zachary does. That was surprising. It's unfortunate too. They didn't have the The dash loaded up. Now they have to try to fight this back, though, and in a weird location, but everybody else having their back. TG finding some sense of security in a big aggression down towards A.
Yeah, I mean, the kills just happened so quickly. I think that it might have been a little bit of an overextension from Thinking Men on the defense. They were starting to peek in a little bit too much before any of the other players were remotely close by. As a result of that, I mean, the Glazers completely swarm in the site, find their timings, and now the Thinking Men are forced to save yet again, as the Glazers are now going to be on match point, potentially eliminating Thinking Men here with this spike explosion.
Nothing much else to say. We're kind of stuck down in match point now. And again, super unfortunate position. This takes a toll on the mental, I feel like, especially when you know like this is super cutthroat position. You can either make it to the mid-season or you're out. And it feels like Thinking Men reaching that toll, but definitely not looking to give up. Still an ultimate readily available there.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to just try and buy up as much as they can. It's going to be a little bit tough. We're not going to be able to see full armor and weapons come in, but majority of people will be okay. Riku this time coming in with the operator on the Sova. You don't see that one too often, but Thinking Men playing aggressive yet again. This is where they found their most success. Unfortunately, it hasn't been enough to really solidify a solid defensive half. We're seeing a very similar position here, but this time around, I imagine the Glazers are going to be aware of it because they don't want to get punished again.
No, TG, they aren't as aggressive as they were down on the A site, but they have B. I mean, completely left in the open. Precision.
Nailed.
Slowly peeking out of the way. They didn't know they were stuck half and half outside. And now some sort of recollection coming up towards B. The outshot from Riku looking to make its way. They found the right one. That's absolutely beautiful.
It's going to be a 50-50 Cosmic Divide coming down here as trades come through.
Yeah, off still ready. Riku checking out the sidelines. The potential for some sort of pick to be taken through, but a 2v2 situation. Thinking Men looking to bring things back, but this might be it. If they can keep this intact, it's game over, and it is for TG. Huge win coming through, and the Glazers, they say GG to the side of Thinking Men.
Oh my goodness, Riku first starting things off earlier in that map with the Outlaw and then closing it out with the Operator. I mean, obviously coming into this one, we were like, oh yeah, Zachary could also op too, so we expect to see a lot of Zachary op. Didn't see that at all, actually. And of all people, Riku on the Sova was the one to be able to find all of those kills, but the Glazers, they upturn the Thinking Men and eliminate them. That is huge for this team.
And it was scary, man. Like, they were finally finding their way back to it. And I feel like it was very, very close starting off in the first half. Of course, second half starts to get a little bit more risky, but I think that that's just the way the game goes. Zachary got the chance to play on the attack as that duelist and really shine as that jet player. And I think that it really did kind of keep Thinking Men back into a very, very odd spot. But overall, I mean, huge game to be played. TG trying their absolute best to make sure they don't lose against a team that might have been heavily favored, if anything. I mean, Thinking Men probably one of the strongest teams that I genuinely thought were going to pull through with a win, but that means they're out and there is no qualifications for Thinking Men to kind of pull through with the mid-season.
Yeah, and that's not anything to take away from the Thinking Men too. I liked some of their new ideas here. They were definitely trying to play a little bit more differently. You know, shake things up a little bit more. Throw your opponent through a little bit of a loop. But unfortunately, it just kind of falls short. And man, some of those plays that Andrew's doing with the stalls were just unreal. I can't still believe how much value Andrew was able to get on some of these post-plant situations. If those couple of rounds were actually turned over to the Thinking Men, then I think that this could have been a completely different score line. But like you said, it really seemed towards the end there that the mental of the Thinking Men just wasn't as put together, and the Glazers, they were ready to just pounce on that.
And that they did, to be honest. They had such a flawless game. 3 clutches to be pulled through from this. I mean, really just trying to put some of that potential and power that they've been honing on this past month, I guess I could say, just trying to build up the skills to make sure they don't get taken down again. And the Glazers originally, they weren't looking too good in that regular season. I believe it wasn't even that. They've only won 2 games out of the many that they played, and it wasn't even a series that they had won. They had lost every single series. So coming into this and being knocked down to the lower bracket, it was one of those moments where I really do feel like they knew this was where they had to really kick it into drive. So I'm glad that they did. And again, a big congratulations to the Glazers, because, man, they played well. And I got to give kudos to Drone, dude. Drone was pulling through with the shots today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got to see Precision kind of be that highlight player on the first map with a couple of those unbelievable flicks. But then, of course, Drone started to pick it up as well. And yeah, the clutch master here, Ange, somehow keeping it alive. Those clutches were because of Viper mollies. But still, I mean, overall, great stuff coming in from the Glazers. Reformed was doing a great job at trying to pull things back. But, it comes down to the fact that maybe their composition just wasn't as strong on this map. The lack of Cypher here, I think, really made it more difficult for the Thinking Men, and that became so much more apparent on their defense, where they had to take the space. They had to play a little bit more aggressive because they don't have those trips to really secure areas of the map down and get the information for their team. And ultimately, I think that was why we had to see them go for some of those nutsy plays where chaos could just break out, and you're kind of gambling on it at that point. You don't know if the Glazers are going to win or if you guys are going to win.
Well, the Glazers definitely felt like they were, especially with the way they were playing in that first round. Yeah. if we can recall Zachary's aggro push moving forward, but man, I mean that really does have to feel victorious too. Of course, it's not over just yet, though. They do have another match, which is the scariest one yet, and that one's against a team that got knocked down a little bit later, but did knock down Thinking Men. So, I mean, I would say it is going to be pretty hard for the Glazers to be able to pull through. What this matchup is, we'll be able to see it right after this very, very quick bait.
Peace.
All right. What is up, everybody? We got another match for you. I know you guys are super excited to see more Valorant. I am too. What's up, Marks? How's it going? It's been 10 minutes. I miss you. I haven't seen you in so long.
You were eating food in between it. Don't pretend like you weren't. You had bigger priorities than me. I get it. It's fine. You can focus on your meal.
It was so good.
I'm sure it was.
Mac and cheese, for those of you who don't know. But
oh man,
we got some chefs cooking up in the kitchen here today. I believe it's Precision versus the Glazers. Resonate. Where am I getting Precision from? Resonate versus the Glazers. Who is that team? It's not a team. Precision is on the team. Precision is on the team. We have Resonate versus the Glazers. And of course, Resonate kind of fighting for that top spot alongside the Glazers to move on to that mid-season.
Yeah, so at this point now, we are in our last deciding match. Like you said, one of these teams is going to be able to move into the midseason, but the other one, unfortunately, says goodbye. And this is going to be an interesting matchup that we've got in front of us because, obviously, if you take a look at the bracket as to where all of the teams fell, originally we actually saw that it was the Glazers losing out to Blinn, and then Blinn proceeded to 2-0 Resonate. And of course, we were kind of speculating at first if Resonate go up against the Thinking Men again. Well, they kind of won out that matchup, so maybe there's going to be a little bit of history here. But this time around, we're walking into unprecedented territory as the Glazers are going to go up against Resonate.
Yeah, Resonate, a team that I feel like is going to prove to be quite difficult to win against. Again, they did knock down... Well, Blinn Esports knocked them down, but they did knock down Thinking Men. And that in itself was, a huge, huge thing. So to be able to see Resonate kind of in action now, especially with maybe kind of getting to see a little bit of them in, promotion relegation, a little bit in open qualifiers number 2. Of course, I'm pretty excited. I mean, they didn't really do too well in the open qualifier number 1 for VCL. Kind of getting knocked down in that round of 64. But here they are now and potentially putting themselves in that limelight. So
this is the big match to kind of, like you said, put yourself into that limelight. I mean, obviously, when we looked at Resonate yesterday, because they were on the main stream, playing a little bit more unconventionally with how they wanted to approach certain things. I believe it was both Keg and Tenrek who were pointing out that it was strange, yet somehow they still were able to make it work against Thinking Men, and yeah, Thinking Men were the ones who we saw a little bit more creativity from. But of course, now that the Glazers, we've got a little bit of an idea on their own playstyle. One thing that I was really impressed by throughout our last matchup was how willing they were to really just adapt based on what was happening. It felt like they got stuck a little bit on Sunset specifically, but they were playing a lot more flexible. And I think that is going to lend itself perfectly, given the fact that Resonate likes to be a little bit different, likes to go against the grid just a bit more, especially making sure that you're being flexible, being a little bit more dynamic on how you play things, could really help out the Glazers in this matchup.
I think it could. Honestly, the Glazers running off from a win too definitely feels good. Resonate having the time to sit back, relax, and watch as well. So that's definitely one of the other things. So I mean, it's either Resonate kind of right into this team, know what this team is capable of, or the Glazers kind of doing the research as well. It really depends. I guess it's more so the people who are the most ready for it, which I'm ready for it. I want to see what's going on. I want to see the map picks and bans. I want to see what we're dealing with here, and more so where we're heading. So
yeah, and of course, we are going to be getting those maps up here now. And so this is really interesting because we're starting out with Ascent. I think Ascent is one of those pretty neutral maps between every single team ever because it's, once again, like, it's Ascent. Everyone knows Ascent. Everyone's been playing Ascent since Valorant first launched. But potentially riding off of the high of their last matchup, we're actually seeing the Glazers go for Sunset as their second pick, which I think this is really interesting because historically, up until like kind of this tournament, we haven't seen the Glazers be really good at Sunset. But given the confidence that they played with on their last matchup, they're picking this one into Resonate. And so I think that is going to be the more questionable. See if that kind of works out for them. It feels a bit more like a gamble pick to me.
It could honestly quite be. Man, Sunset. Nah, TG, they did perform pretty well on Sunset. I think they're feeling confident about it. Obviously, the ban on Icebox coming through, not too much of a surprise, but, you know, with Ascent being that first map, I'm wondering how that's going to go. My biggest concern is, obviously, this is like an OG map. Everybody knows how to play a map like this. There's the meta. There's things you can do. Sova Odin is things that we typically see. Yeah, and it feels like a testament more so to skill on that first map of Ascent. So we're going to be able to see who might have the most skill, depending on who wins that first-hand map. But of course, definitely waiting for that and seeing how that's going to go is kind of nerve-wracking.
A little bit. And I mean, obviously I just said it where there was a little bit more difference as to how they were playing their composition, but for Ascent, just keep it stock standard. I mean, that's kind of how Resonate like to go about it. And so this is going to be an interesting one. I'm curious to see how they're going to flex their Ascent gameplay and how the Glazers are going to be doing this, because like you said before, Resonate, they went through the VCL circuit. They were trying to make it, but just fell out of the qualifiers. I believe losing to Core and St. Clair Saints, which are both two pretty good teams. And now they're kind of back, and it looks like they've got a very solid shot at earning that second qualification spot.
A big shot at earning that qualification spot, but it's a lot of hard work,
of course,
for sure. So, man, I can't even imagine the mental of knowing that this might be your last chance. You're putting yourself into that position. So that's in itself definitely could take a toll on the gameplay, kind of going into it today. I know a lot of people tend to play scared or whatnot. I know we did see the Glazers and their resolve and confidence throughout the games coming through today in particular. So I'm thinking that's going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the Glazers, right? If you take a look at the Challengers split, they unfortunately didn't win a single series. It's been very difficult for them to be able to pull it through, and then they kind of enter into this tournament, immediately get beaten out by Berlin, who then go on to qualify. The fact that they're still holding on to their mental as well as they are, and they're keeping their heads in the game, I think speaks a lot to the resilience of this team. And once again, they've now just had a warm-up match in front of them, and they are looking good. So this is going to be the best shot that they've also got right now, that all of the things are aligning for them to also get the second qualification spot. And honestly, it's really difficult to predict which one of these teams is going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, but agent selection is ready, and we got to see what the compositions are looking like firsthand. Seems like as we slowly make our way over to Ascent, it's exactly what we expected, with a little bit of OG back in the day I'm seeing. With the Sage there.
There's no shot that you just used back in the day type.
Back in the Valorant. When I talk to my children and I say back in the day, I'm talking about the patch.
When
back
Valorant first went live.
Back in the older patch days. And that's how they're going to live their lives.
They're going to live their lives in the old patches of Valorant, no matter where the game state is at. But yeah, that's interesting. We're seeing the Sage get brought in for Resonate here, which means that they're not going to have the abilities of the KO available. And traditionally, I know I've talked about this a lot on the last map, but the reason why you bring on that KO is it works as a little bit more of a deterrent against people entering into the site on that defensive half or walling people out, just thanks to that fragment. Of course, KO also brings a couple of flashes, which is an excellent supplement, given the fact that the Omen flash isn't exactly the most powerful thing. Like, it can't flash everybody, it just kind of goes in a straight line. Still a pretty powerful straight line, but having a little bit more flexibility there, that's why you see the KO get brought in traditionally. So, Gompers, I'm super curious to see how this one is going to play out.
I am too. Double Sentinel is so interesting to me.
Yeah.
Especially since it's been proven that KO does a pretty good work, I feel like. But obviously all about comfort as well. Already trying to gather some information, rounding about in mid, but not a lot going on, especially no util. So that's huge on that mid controller.
And this is interesting. We're actually seeing right now Resonate set themselves up, pushing a little bit heavy on a tree, but this Killjoy utility is going to make this a lot more painful. Execute another way.
Yeah, still looking to push things up though. Resonate finding some sort of battle with the Glazers, and it seems like they're not going to be able to win it out. Slowly but surely though, Andrew.
I got the spike.
Taking in the shots, making sure this team doesn't have anything to play for.
Remaining.
The heal coming through, and now finally some sort of plant to come down. And it's looking good on the side of Resonate, already off the rip. No util to utilize except for Recon Dart, but they don't need it. They know exactly where this team is, but huge off of Zachary. Pistol round, not working out in favor of Resonate, but I mean TG, but still valiant effort, 1-0.
Yeah, Resonate, they looked like sharks with a little bit of a drop of blood in the water. And that comes down to a little bit of confidence, obviously, but the sight hit happened so quickly. And just staying alive as well, putting their bodies into weird positions despite the fact that there were flashes going on, it forced the members of the Glazers who were on that A site to really have to pivot around and be vigilant as to what was happening. Forcing out the gunfights was an excellent way for Resonate to be able to win that one out. And now, have a little bit better weaponry coming into this one, as expected. Ooh, Bellis up top, and yeah, drops Zachary. The aggression gets punished.
And they're still pushing for that despite the blind. Riku able to walk away with their lives. And even then a push out from Ange that doesn't really sit well with the audience there, but TG cannot seem to fight back in return for Resonate. I mean, I can see why the Ascent pick was there. It's such a quirky pick for like an over like the composition they wanted to run, but I do like it, and it's not very significant though. Like Sage is not that bad, but at the same time it could be. Like,
wow, way to really just cross your T's and dot your I's. It could be bad, or it could be good. Depends on how you play it.
Ain't nobody quoting me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Fair enough. But once again, the biggest reason why I think the Sage pick was strange is because you're taking away from the KO. And right now, it doesn't seem like they even need it. They're just playing so confident in their gunplay that obviously the pistol round is a better example of it because it was a little bit more evened out. But still, like, it's just looking really solid from Resonate. They're just kind of running over the competition, not really relying on that utility, which I don't know how well that's going to play in some of these future rounds once you see that weaponry start to get bought up from the Glazers. But this is a very, very, very fast start from Resonate, and it doesn't look like they're trying to slow their momentum at all.
They are not. Walking straight into a blind and shooting is the way I play Valorant as well. It seems like they are doing a great job though, Resonate. Those scoundrels still having some Phantoms and Vandals stuck inside of their arsenal though this round, so it could work out for the best. I feel like that hero rifle definitely keeping itself in place though already. Information given away mid-sight. Smoke to kind of lead back potential, but they're not going to pick this up. If anything, it's just to keep some sort of attention surrounded there, but even then they have some sort of alarm bot, so not much worry.
Yeah, and this time around, I said how we saw Resonate just kind of steamroll the defense, but they completely slow things down. And once again, we're going into the situation where they're not really fully aware of what is happening, but they're just kind of waiting things out, letting the Glazers get a little bit more uncomfortable before they decide to commit. As a reminder, Resonate, well, they've got more than enough weaponry to be able to even this thing out, and I'm wondering if they're just trying to play off of that element of surprise, use the weaponry. Oh, hey, we have rifles, not just pistols, and that could be the determining factor, but Drone, right now, this is a good position.
Stay down.
I think that the smoke might just be able to do something, but it doesn't there. And now Paranoia settle down to try to distract this team from maybe taking some of these shots in, but TG, they've done a good job at holding back, at least for the time being. KHS
and 30 seconds left.
Conti still having their weapons in hand, but of course, Sova Odin, I called it, still there. It makes an appearance every time, and I love it so much.
Honestly, a tale as old as time. Sova Odin assassinated. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a mad dash here, but Precision, Killjoy, tosses out the volleys, make it a little bit more difficult. I don't even know if there's going to be enough time. Oh yeah, just enough time to plant, but Glazers in a comfortable position. 3v2, actually.
Resonate know they need to keep this on lockdown. Any sort of space allows a pinch to come through, but then unfortunately not going to be able to play with that. A huge, huge disadvantage on the side of Resonate, but still trying to fight this through. Riku wide swing to make sure TG are not taken out of the game.
And honestly, Resonate, that was a pretty nifty idea there. I mean, they were able to not only get the spike down, but get a couple of picks as well. Make the economy just a little bit more uncomfortable for TG, but of course that Odin still is going to stay alive for another round. Of course, Conti now having the Resurrect available as well. And so things aren't completely done just quite yet. Be seeing yet another buy up. Try and match things out. Fortunately, for Resonate, a couple of them won't have that full weaponry available, but the other 3 will have Vandals moving into this one. So this one's not over yet, as Zachary now set up to go a little bit more aggressive down mid. Could immediately get punished there by screens though.
Now digesting some of that information around in mid. You can see the drone didn't really catch too much though, Zachary, with a first-hand shot. Seeming like they do want to back up out of this position, which is the best bet. So many players just surrounding themselves down in mid, but backup is there. And I like the aggression, the fact that they knew, hey, I'm going to push this. I'm going to need some sort of backup. So refrag potential there. Conti's going to have to back themselves off, maybe get a potential resurrection. Yeah, and it works out for the best. Finally, a second shot there from this team.
And honestly, I think that's just the Glazers once again doing an excellent job at playing around Zachary. At least keeping things more or less even. If the Resurrection didn't come online, then it would have been an advantage just trading out their Jet for a couple of picks, but not going to be the case. But look at this positioning from Precision. Might get punished if Precision does not decide to back up here as Andrew takes the lead.
They're trying their absolute best, but it doesn't go as planned, especially as Precision takes in the first shot. The 3v3. Now Riku settled down with the Odin alone. Beautiful wraparound coming through from Velos, so it leaves some sort of potential there from oh my gosh, Resonate. It's like I just want to say resolve.
And able to drop one, and actually that's an excellent fragment. Velos is able to stay alive off of that one though, so 2v2 on this retake, make it a 2v1.
He's fighting for his life down in the backside. And that as well as the objective, but it seems like it goes straight into the hands of TG. I mean, huge push forward. And now a possibility for Drone to get their ultimate in the next round as well.
Team Ace.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that ultimate is going to be an extremely effective one. And on top of that too, the Glazers are able to scrape that one off, getting the Resurrection out of Conti. It's looking pretty good for the Glazers. And it's an interesting thing how they're going about this right now, because Resonate, obviously, lack of flashes, and so they kind of have to just dry swing the corners and hope for the best, which has allowed the Glazers to get those opportunities. I mean, Zachary definitely made that clear. Precision as well, able to get a clean pick. But it's the positioning that Resonate is kind of adopting, and their willingness to move around the map that's allowing for those punishes to kind of come through. Once again, this is an excellent example of it. Velos coming all the way around. You don't need a flash if you just catch them looking the wrong way. And so it's going to be that map control that I think that's going to really allow Resonate to continue to frag out as they are. But of course, the Glazers, I mean, moving into this next round, they've got the Hunter's Fury available. Like you said, Drone could just get one ultimate orb and have that null command online as well. They're set up for success here as Resonate are forced onto a little bit of a scrambled buy.
Yeah, not much. Riku Hunter's Fury. Tons of potential, though.
Yeah.
For the ultimates to be loaded up on Glazers.
Bot coming back.
Not to mention potential on the side of Resonate as well. So definitely looking at farming some of those orbs there, especially up on the A side. So many players here in that type typically does scare me. You have the Omen one way, yep, and a pop flash that might actually be of use here. Or even then some sort of partnership, but leaving Zachary down in wine to fend things off is kind of risky.
And that's so interesting. You can tell how much the Glazers want that ultimate orb for the null command. They invest so much utility just to push them back to really secure it. And honestly, if you're Resonate right now, you're happy with that. You're like, okay, we've just gotten so much out. Let's just run to the other side now and just try and challenge this Killjoy. But Riku, excellent position. That lack of flash is going to really hurt this.
It seems like here Riku put in some good work. Resonate with some sort of line to kind of follow through. Drone pushing itself up above, but even then, isn't going to put too much effort into it. It's Ange now, holding back. A 3v1 situation. The Glazers, I mean, again, great job keeping themselves intact, but it's KHS just trying to fight back with some sort of Hunter's Fury. I don't know, not really working out. Yeah.
Almost caught Ange there too. As a matter of fact, had to use the shadow step to get out, and oh, Spike is in no man's land. This is so hard for KHS.
Putting in some of the work here. 12 seconds left.
10
Finally collecting the spikes, but this is beautiful. I thought there the pinch would have went out differently, but yeah, Ange's reposition was so scary, especially as you hear it come down.
Yep. Oh man, yeah. Odin, Silva, Ascent, classic. But of course, too, that Killjoy lineup there, that's very easily classic too. I mean, the swarm grenade goes off, it forces a little bit of a stagger between them. That's why you see the shadow step happen. Usually you have your jet dash through it as well to get that space, but you don't expect the Precision to just be standing around there. And based off of that last series, Precision was looking really good. And so already Resonate taking a little bit more space this time, playing a little bit more aggressively, but so far the Glazers have them checked. Now 4 ultimates online for the Glazers. On top of that too, Zachary's got that operator available online. A lot to play around with, and Resonate, this is going to be a tough round for them to win. And if the Glazers are able to pull it out, then Resonate's economy is going to be right back into the dumpster.
Oh, and a huge miss from Zachary. Not wanting to test out the limits there, especially with the backup from Kaho, so they're trying to recollect themselves in a very, very different way. Waiting for the push-up to come, especially with the positioning of the turret alone, but seems like not going to happen.
Right now we see Resonate. They tried to big brain the Glazers, but the Glazers hold their ground. That's excellent. Before only Kaho was spotted, they assumed that they would be like, well, that's just the Killjoy, but not actually the case. Look at that. Perfect timing with the null command. Resonate in such an uncomfortable position.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Zachary's waiting to pull through, though. Not going to be able to get anything. 30 seconds left. They're going to have to fight so much util down on the A site, and this might just be the riskiest play they've accounted for. Beautiful off of Rico and looking for more. They just can't find it, but regardless, the 2K solidifying themselves. That possibility for that 4-2. And yes, it will.
Is this the best?
That was like watching someone solve a puzzle. You know when you got all those pieces and they all just click in at the exact same moment? Excellent play there from the Glazers. I talk about the fact that they stayed static on their defense, and that was ultimately the key that led them to win the round. You can tell that they were getting set up after hearing that Killjoy pick up the orb. Null command it, you got a lot of ultimates to spare. Immediately the backout starts to happen, and so the Glazers are reading them like a book. The Paranoia catches all 5 of them, and then the Hunter's Fury comes through because they must all be funneling through there. Right now, Resonate just stuck in whatever the Glazers want them to do. Andrew using the Blade Storm. It's a scattered by coming out from Resonate, but they're having a very difficult time making their way onto site.
Waiting to watch and hold, though. Oh, Andrew's still stuck up top. Up above. Down comes Andrew and trying to turn around and find it. But even then, Resonate, they've done a good job at holding this team back. Zachary putting, I mean, some sort of reality into their face, but yeah. I mean, nice resurrection. And this is what I do like about this composition is the consistency of being able to get that second chance and that player advantage in seconds.
But it's just so hard to make their way onto site. Already, you can tell they just have to completely backpedal, allowing the Glazers now to set up yet again. Where's the smoke available as well as that Paranoia to potentially get them in? And a barrier orb to kind of check things off, but they gotta walk into this op.
Can't seem to lock it in. Oh man, and maybe the best bet would have been backing themselves off. I mean, the rotation wasn't even there yet. The plant wasn't there either. Precision with the biggest piece of util to get that retake in on a 3v4 situation, and they just blew it. Now, leaving Precision to try to push the side alone. And it's Kaho stuck up front. A player that top fragged in the previous game against Thinking Men.
Perfect accuracy.
And it doesn't surprise me that they're doing it again, honestly. I mean, the aim has been immaculate thus far.
Yeah. Precision has looked nuts on the Cypher. This time around, I'm going to be seeing that Killjoy get played here, but hey, you know what? Credits owed where credits due. That was an excellent little microplay coming in with the Sage Wall. They knew that that operator was going to be there. The operator takes a lot of time to shoot between bullets, and so having that up and down strategy just available to go at a minute's notice, as well as having multiple people swing through, means that you're going to be able to punish the operator even if you lose one of the people on your side. So Resonate able to squeeze that one out off of a little play that I don't think that Zachary was expecting, as they're now one round away from potentially tying things up with the Glazers. But still, the Glazers, like you said, Precision still has the ultimate online, which could be absolutely massive, especially too if they want to play retake. And Resonate, it feels like every single time they make their way onto site, they're losing a couple of members on the way.
They're constantly pushing Zachary back out of that position, which I'm surprised they haven't learned their lesson yet. But a wall to push themselves above, and they're not used to stuff like that. But even then, they caught the midair and managed to get some of that damage down. I mean, that's gotta feel good.
Oh, you know it's gotta feel great here.
One down.
Oh, yeah, Resonate not done yet.
Yeah, now, even then, lockdown. Kind of backing these players out into the A site, but having to get past Drone, though. I've seen Drone's aim before. Luna Pop Flash starting to make its way. Beautiful shots, and it does not end there.
I got this fight.
There's no way around it. You see Drone, you run the other way. And now, of course, they've just pretty much put TG in the best position known humanly possible. A huge win coming through from TG.
Oh man, okay, so there's two reasons why that play was able to work out well. And I think that the first one is still, we're seeing the Glazers not fully rotate themselves around. They're being a little bit more patient given the fact that Resonate like to just switch things around at a moment's notice here. Yeah. And honestly, a flash grenade. Yeah, that's about it. The fact that that flash grenade was available just got all three of them, and then it just completely mowed them down. That's why you bring a KO. I got nothing more to say on that matter.
Dude, that's the prime reason why you use your util. Like, the amount of times that I've seen people just fight things like that, like raw, and it's like, dude, you had 2 flashes and a stun. What are we doing here? It's so perfect. And again, like, this team just knows how to put themselves in that top spot advantage. Yeah, but Ange are already backing themselves off. Okay, Odin, what's going on here?
Yeah, and once again, too, this is something we've noticed from the Glazers, that they're extremely good at their util and how they're playing around it. And so this comes as no surprise that they can kind of use that util to just maximize value. Obviously, the Hunter's Fury earlier in this map was an even better showcase of that alongside that Paranoia. But regardless, they're doing an excellent job as, once again, Resonate, they're playing a little bit slowly here. They've got 4 members onto A, but given the time on the clock, that doesn't necessitate that is the site that they're committing on. And I think that the Glazers are doing an excellent job, at least exploring a little bit more outside of Tree to get that piece of information. Now the engagement happens.
Well,
Spike down.
Engagement there. And now a divorce. Zachary has gone away. They are not. Don't want anything to do with Zealous. Zealous goes down, and of course, Smoke's going to dissipate soon. So Andrew trying to fight some of this control up above. Oh, and some of that damage actually looking good, but can't seem to hold on to it. A Molly, and 18 seconds until we do get to see that suppression kind of loaded up here. Unfortunately, no flashes readily available other than Ange. And a possibility for a Paranoia, but it's Riku to get taken down, and Ange there with the next step for a possibility at clearing it, but Resonate, they keep on holding on, and Ange is not letting go. Just underneath, might just be able to find it, and 1v1 with 92 health and a dream up to Conti, and they can't hold on. Precision has kept TG in the game.
Wow. I mean, obviously, Ange coming in with the hero play there. Just kind of steps through and is able to just find 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Finally, I'll go down, I guess. Damage has been done here, and the Glazers are starting to really walk away with it. Zachary obviously able to get that first pick nicely. Keho, though, trading back onto Drone is a massive pick halfway through, but Ange, once again, just kind of walking through. There's no utility really to support that post-plant positioning. They're all just kind of jiggling from their individual positions, which allows a player to just kind of go 50%. Let's see who's going to win the aim duel right now. And it's really starting to punish Resonate as these rounds go further and further.
Might just be the case. Okay, well, I wish life were like that, where you spray and you get something eventually. Works out in the end, though. Managing to find something. Kaho with the ultimate.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scattered by, though, this time around for Resonate as well. Squad is pressuring heavily towards Tree. That's a lot of information, and it just tosses out the Paranoia, and that's going to completely slow things down.
And looking to pick up some of that pacing there. It's like one after the other. Maybe Ange is going to be able to pick this back up, but Resonate just won't let this team feel any sort of patience within their gameplay. But all in all, Riku always tends to really bring things back. You know what I just learned, Mark?
What's up?
This is a premier team.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely insane.
They're all dead?
And they're looking pretty darn good right now. But of course, you know, we are going to see the Glazers still be able to scoop up the round that time around. I mean, this feels like I'm just going to be making the same point over and over and over again. But because they don't have anything really to get them inside, they just have to go and hope that they can clear all of the angles, which are basically giving the Glazers free kills. The Glazers are kind of just like, let's just set up a chair here and wait for them to push in because they can't flash me off an angle. They can smoke me off the angle, but that's still a little bit tough because they've only got a couple of smokes to work with because of that Omen. And so you just see the Glazers playing kind of very statically here while getting punished with all of this utility.
Trying to make some sort of value with this, but man, it's already too late. I'm not so sure that that was the best bet. They've lost a Paranoia, which honestly could have put in the work for maybe something a little bit further into the future. Now, with that being said, one player being detained isn't going to do too much, especially now with Riku trying to hold. Okay, well, no information there. And a big shot down. Kaho feels very, very good about that one.
Oops.
Doesn't feel good about that one, though, huh?
No. Unfortunately not. Faced with reality is the way to go. TG. Fake out. Conti knows, especially there with KHS. Slowly peeking the angle. Not gonna do it. Instead, feeling pretty confident in a play that might have not been the best bet, but they don't shut it down enough. Pulled out a little bit earlier and it would have worked, but regardless, does actually manage to stop the Hunter's Fury and leave Drone in a pretty good position there. Oh my goodness. Drone and Ange, I mean, teamwork impeccable.
It's so interesting because usually you see this null command get utilized when you want to stop the people from like pushing into you or you're starting to retake the site. But what we're actually seeing Drone use the null command for is to counter other people's ultimates. And it's working pretty darn well. I mean, obviously that round you shut down the Hunter's Fury, allowing for Ange to just stick that defuse there and force the hand of your opponent. But still, it's so tough for Resident to try and find anything on this attack because they're just walking in and getting mowed down by one rifle or another. This time they are going to be taking a lot more mid presence here, but still they're just gonna, once again, they're just gonna have to walk into this.
Okay, op shots going absolutely crazy. Velas gets taken down in the A site. Complete lack of control to push through with this. They don't even have a recon dart to push through. Nothing, so they have to go in blind. Of course, pushing Conti into the front lines of it. A pop flash not doing too much either, but a suppression that's readily available in a second for the side of TG to use, and a huge flank as well. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, that means that the turret's not going to be able to get any information there. And, oh, that's a lot. You know where everyone is on the site.
Kaho seeking some sort of beauty in the war of it all. Does get taken down by Precision Joe, though underneath. Hell, just can't get away from Ange.
player standing.
And I mean, listen, Zachary is just not really not gonna let anybody go. It's 9-3, and TG, they just continue to dominate. I mean, the coordination on this team is impeccable today. And yesterday, again, it's like something just clicked.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking really good from the Glazers. I mean, Zachary was just getting these picks for free here, but once again, it's Ange just walking through and systematically taking them down one after another. I got a little bit nervous there because, yeah, the shorty comes out. You don't have time to really clack the operator in time, but thankfully a Blade Storm available, so Zachary's able to scoop up that last kill. And the Glazers are just running over Resonate right now. We're seeing this is Resonate's map pick, and yet the Glazers up 9-3. You're a fan of Resonate? Well, I hope you believe in curses, because this is not looking good for this team.
They're going to have to... I mean, they haven't even pulled through with the timeout. Regardless, it's a bit too late now. Especially now with the pistol round starting to take its toll in reverse. But maybe the defense stronger. The potential for the attack here. TG already pulling through and finding shots. It is impossible. It is... just always working out in favor there, especially with Zachary now playing to their strengths.
A spike now going to be going down here. Resonate already ready for this retake. It's going to be 4v5.
Still staying in the corner. Oh, Paranoia pushed out pretty early, but Zachary still holding on very, very well. TG, a flawless round. Kind of brought into their pockets. 10-3 Resonate. Finding it pretty difficult to hang on.
And that was a little neat of an idea. You saw the barrier orb get utilized to make it a lot more easier to funnel your way in onto site, but you know, you just walk in and you're in a bunch of crossfires with pistols flying at you. It all starts to fall apart. I thought that was a little bit neat there. They 3-stacked it. We're hoping to at least get a pick or a trade or something. But once again, the flash drive as well as the smoke make sure that Zachary can get away completely unscathed.
Yeah.
Tough round, and the Glazers now at double digits here. Weapons available, and they're already running it down.
They're looking to move around, though.
Take flight.
Trying to put themselves at the forefront, maybe. If A would be the place to work it out, but seems like dashing themselves away, and now the smoke dissipating. Leaving Zachary available to take any fight they want, but it's Velas.
Spike down A.
Making sure this team does not go anywhere. It's so interesting, too, because they forced that line.
Enemy remaining.
Now that they know here
Player standing.
on the side of TG that this team is trying to reel things back in. They're going to be a little bit more cautious there. A pickup from Kaho to take the Stinger, though.
Actually pick up a Vandal. Yeah, someone bought a Vandal for the Glazers. I do believe it was Zachary, but now a very winnable scenario here. And still has one smoke available. And here's exactly where Kaho's coming from.
Doesn't even need it. Oh, man. Taking the off angle. It's surprising. I mean, there really wasn't anything else to do. You did have to wide swing the angle, so... I mean, valiant effort from Kaho, but... Yeah, still pushing through, but economy is just messed up at this point.
Yeah, it's all over the place, and to be fair, Resonate really had to try anything that they could on that last round, and so you saw the force buy up, because if they lose that one anyways, it's still not looking good for them, and, well, it's not looking great for them on this round. It was extremely close, but just a little bit of an outplay there, and now look at that, free B site more or less, as we see Zachary already in onto the site, and it's going to clear this out. It'll be a very fast plant for the Glazers. Unless.
Zachary is so risky. I'm surprised though. TG, I mean, they have like a level of confidence that I feel like nobody else can really acquire at this point. I mean, they are 11-3 against Resonate, but they're so separated. There really is nothing to play for. Not even watching the flank. Lack of utility coming through on the defense down in mid. Especially with that being said. Kind of potential for the retake going slimmer and slimmer each and every time, but a 4v3. The Vandal still left inside of their pocket. Zachary getting a little bit too close for comfort, but might just be able to find some sort of potential there and eliminating themselves down the line. It's up to TG to slowly pick themselves back up off the ground with Ange, especially trying to take in the flank, and it might work out. Ange and Precision bringing things to a match point.
That was a masterclass from Ange and just playing so patiently, waiting for their time to strike there, because you'll see that Omen was hanging out there for the longest time, trying to see whether or not that rotation was going to be coming around, but nah, not going to be the case. And eventually, when the time is right, you see the movement in, completely catching Resonate by surprise and forcing the hand, honestly, of Andrew to fly into Precision's crosshairs. It just worked out so perfectly for them. Now the Glazers, they're on map point. They're ready to seal the deal on this map. Not even their map pick, but they're looking extremely confident on it.
They remove themselves from the situation, though. And try not to push up too aggressively on the defense. There's such a big lack of Killjoy util. I mean, I'm assuming because they did have to buy the Vandal alone, so that speaks for the economy itself, although that's going to have a big toll on the push coming up through A. Unless Velas has something to say about it. Paranoia readily available. Pop Flash already set down towards the back, and they have perfect potential. But again, reposition there, and they didn't even try to use the util. Paranoia gone. And potential for that 13-3 to come through is even bigger.
And that's the thing. Once again, Resonate really relying on a lot more of that just hard gunplay to be able to win out their rounds. And fortunately, with the Glazers playing so cautiously around their utility, it's become so much more difficult for them to be able to find those opportunities. The Paranoia comes in, and yeah, that's going to push people back.
Omen killed.
30 seconds left. And absolutely nothing planted, but they get spotted out. And even then,
Last player standing.
still trying to hold on to everything that they can. TG just wanting to end things off. And a Hunter's Fury available, but not ready to use. 13-3 to end things off, by the way, for TG. And a flawless match, by the way. I wasn't expecting this. It's so odd because you see like such a dominant performance from a team like Resonate going up against Thinking Men. And obviously it comes down to, I mean, Blinn Esports were the ones to knock them down as well. Blinn has kind of just really rolled with it, with the punches at that point. But it's crazy to see such a drastic difference when you go up against a team that you know nothing about, especially when it comes to the Glazers, because they have been putting in the work today.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the Glazers, how they've been playing, we could tell based off the first series as well. There's a lot more of a heavier influence. That's not the right word, but they want to use their utility a little bit more. They want to play off of their utility, you know, play smart off the utility, because I think when it comes down to just raw gunfights, besides Zachary and Precision, that's not true. They do have a couple big fraggers on their team, but it sets them up to be in so many better positions, whereas it just didn't seem that was the case for Resonate. They were consistently just kind of dry swinging in, hoping to win out trades overall, and then just win the gunfights based off of that. And it was really starting to be apparent as those rounds went on. That lack of flash ability just was so difficult for them to be able to properly execute anything on.
Well, it was an incredibly quick game, which surprises me quite a bit, just based off of the fact that, I mean, everything that was kind of happening there, Resonate, it just kind of felt like they were a bit disproportionate. Teamwork was there. We got to see it on occasion, but I feel like Util definitely could have used some of that work, especially around mid, because they abused mid control from time to time on that attacking half, and so many flanks came through. There was absolutely no information. So I feel like definitely using their priorities in the wrong spaces, but the right places is where you will be next, because we're going to see that second game and maybe see who's going to win this out, or maybe see the third map. I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to jinx it, but you guys should go grab a snack. We will be right back right after this break.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
Welcome back, everybody. I know you missed our pretty faces. It's only been 3 minutes, but I'm clingy, and I missed you too. So I'm really happy you're here.
Wow, we're starting things off on that foot, huh?
Somebody make me a host for something one day. I have really good pickup lines. But what's up, guys? Welcome back to Promotion and Relegation. We just saw a sweep and a half when it comes to the Glazers and Resonate. I did not forget their name this time. It's been clicking with me lately. But of course, I'm Gompers, and I'm here with Marks, and we're super ready to see what that next game is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, we just got to wrap up Ascent, which was Resonate's map pick. And, well, we got to see the Glazers more or less just roll over them. And I think, once again, the name of the game was just utility usage coming in from both these teams. The fact that they brought a Sage instead of a KO meant that the only flashes available were that Paranoia from the Omen. And so you see so many of these replays where the Glazers, they're just watching them walk in one at a time, securing multiple kills and just catching them in so many different off angles. Unfortunately, the trades for Resonate not being able to come through that effectively, meaning that scoreline is what it is, which is 13-3.
13-3 scoreline is, man, absolutely insane. If anything, it kind of looked easy to some extent for the Glazers. It's like, I mean, we're seeing some of the clips here. They pretty much just wide swung angles, got nasty shots like the one that we saw coming through from Zachary, and they didn't feel the need to really have that util potential and utilize that. I mean, there was one instance where you guys saw it in the highlights where the pop flash came out from the KO, and then we got to see some really nasty 3K coming through from TG to keep themselves, from giving another potential round to Resonate. But it's stuff like that just kind of carries this team. And again, confidence is key, and I feel like TG just have it.
Yeah, I mean, they're also coming off their last series, feeling nice and hot. They walk into this one, and it looked relatively easy for them. I mean, maybe that was just Resonate not being as warmed up as the Glazers into this one. But once again, that was their map pick, and I mean, the Glazers just made it look like their home base. It was an incredibly one-sided map.
It truly was. I think that's, as well as the fact that I believe our next map is what? Sunset. So, a map pick that kind of works in favor for... I saw myself for a split second. Fell in love. All right, but I feel like this, I need to stop trolling. But I do believe we're getting over to Sunset for that next map, and it is a TG pick. We did get to see TG quite a bit going up against Thinking Man. It was super strong map for this team, especially with Zachary settled on utilizing that op, right? Even whether it be on the attack or on the defense. So I would say I'm a bit afraid, especially with the synergy. I do feel like maybe it was the composition as well. The resurrections were great, and I mean, I felt like they really did work in favor, but a lot of the time the executions were kind of lacking. And maybe just with a little bit of a switch up of characters, we could see a change there.
Yeah, 100%. Like, even the Glazers on their defense there, obviously we see Ange being at the top as the MVP. Ange was in so many positions and just kind of like swept through systematically, like, oh, 1 head, 2 head, 3 head, okay, I've done my work. And then at that point, there's only 2 people left, so the rest of the Glazers could clean up. But a lot of the defense coming in from the Glazers, which was a majority of their rounds, was them just playing very patiently and not falling for any of the mind games that Resonate was trying to throw at them. They were doing a really good job at trying to listen for information and play properly and at least secure a couple of kills if they were going to go down, which was such a huge impact, allowing that defensive half to just be so one-sided. But like you said, I mean, I think that if Resonate do equip themselves a little bit better and play a little bit more focused around their utility, like, their aim looks really good, and they were doing a really good job at just kind of moving in and sweeping sites whenever they had the upper hand on the Glazers. They were just getting out utiled on all of Ascent.
They truly were. Out Odin'd as well. A lot of the shots that we saw were because of the Sova Odin, and honestly, it did prove to be a pretty tight hold. There wasn't a lot of flash util other than the fact that they did have that paranoia too. So it really did feel like they were lacking in a sense, and execution-wise, it really just kind of fumbled from there. Defense-wise, they didn't have any early information to really gather. It felt like even though they did have the Sova, I wasn't seeing too much aggression really moving forward. But of course, we have Sunset, and Sunset is a map where if you're not getting information, you're getting stomped on. So we're going to have to see some sort of force there for this map pick. Of course, the Glazers winning out in Ascent 13-3. And potentially closing things out in a 2-0 sweep. But of course, we have to see confidence is booming. But of course, revenge is looming. And I know for a fact that Resonate definitely want to keep themselves in the game.
Yep, this is one of those things. That one was good. I have to give you that. But once again, this is to either qualify or unfortunately get dropped out of the midseason. And so this is a really important game right now because Resonate, they're so close to being able to qualify. The Glazers fighting for their spot to maintain, and yet they're the ones who are right now set up for success. We talked a lot about Sunset in our last series because the Glazers, not necessarily their favorite map pick, they picked it into Thinking Men, which the Thinking Men really like Sunset, and yet the Glazers, they look really good on it. And so I think that confidence is the reason why we're seeing this map get picked right now, because they know what they're doing. They've got the protocols down. They're feeling confident. And it's going to be up really to Resonate to show us whether or not they can contend with the Glazers here.
The Glazers, I think there's potential. I mean, it's not like they didn't make this my mic almost fell. They didn't make this spot for no reason.
Yeah.
And I truly do think for Resonate, it could just be the jitters. Again, you're knocked down to the lower bracket. There's a lot more confidence in your gameplay when you know there's some sort of level of solidarity. Like, okay, I get knocked down. Woohoo, I'm down in the lower bracket. But now it's serious. And at this point, you're also fighting for that last chance. This is it, right? Like, if you lose this out, you're done. And you've already worked so hard to get up here from Premier. So it's one of those things where trying their absolute best, and I give them kudos for it, but they have to step it up this game or else it's all for nothing.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at what we can kind of pull off of the last series where we actually got to see the Glazers come into this one, and we're going to be seeing the exact same composition. Most importantly here, we're going to be seeing Drone come out onto the Breach and Riku play this Sova, which is a little bit against the meta, while Resonate are going to be just locking in what you would expect to see for most teams on Sunset. And this time, Gompers, a lot more flash potential. And that makes me a little bit more excited because, like I said, I think that they are really good mechanical players. And so having that little bit of extra utility to enable yourself to get set up for those kills effectively, this could be really good for Resonate here.
I think for Resonate, I do like the composition. I do mess with it heavy. I think that it is going to put in a lot of the good work, especially with the KO now coming in. Interesting choice on the KO, I will say, especially with the way that the double initiators are kind of working around. I definitely feel like you're gonna have to complement each other pretty nicely for this to work out. So definitely keeping in mind, just trying to make the util work, as I feel like that was the main issue from before. As for the Glazers, I mean, they pretty much just kind of ran with the punches, won out the shots. Ange and Jerome were really killing it in terms of taking 1v3s, dude. And that should not happen. Realistically, it was just a lot of like one-on-ones constantly coming through from Resonate. So definitely dumbing it down on that as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm really excited to see on this map specifically is going to be Drone and Zachary kind of just playing off of each other, especially with the Glazers starting us out on the defense. The fault line and the paranoia from the Glazers is always so effective, and then immediately they're able to follow up and get kills off of it. This time Resonate, though, they're walking up through B, nice, slow, and steady, as the execute is about to get underway.
They tried to take out, well, they actually did take out some of the util already settled down by
Spike planted.
the Cypher here, Precision alone. But even then, pistol round, kind of a 50-50 gamble. Nobody's already coming around in the flank, and the site's already cleared up. This is so interesting to me, how people just go to the extremities to fight this down, and I'm assuming it's because it's kind of is just a little bit harder to really funnel yourself in and maybe try to take some of these shots down, but Andrew's proving that this is the best decision for a team like Resonate, keeping themselves down, and especially now with the flank coming through, taking in that 1-0.
Those were good flashes. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Resonate using the flashes so effectively there because the Glazers were just caught out into the open. And sure, they were going around trying to win just the head-to-head with the pistols, but a bit of flashes allows Andrew to be able to find just a couple more kills. And then at that point, especially on the pistol round, the numbers mean that much more. So a nice little play there from Resonate, just going fast and wild onto B. Didn't really have to worry about any of those tripwires as well, thanks to a lot of that raise utility. And they just kind of take things over. So the Glazers, well, not a great position because this is going to be Resonate running it back onto this A site. And the Glazers got to get themselves around.
Oh, the flash set out and Andrew set out for blood. Already looking at the back of sight and its precision to go down first. Unfortunately, not going to be able to play with some of their util and gone as well. But then now comes the time for the TG to try to find a way in. Regardless, it's going to be pretty hard. Zachary having some of that damage util they can pull through, especially with some synergy there from the util alone. Yeah, but not going to happen. Just waiting for the exit frags and wanting to get things over with quickly, but surely.
At this point, it almost looks like the Glazers are just waiting for the spike explosion to happen. Maybe find a pick here or there. Kaho, though, able to find one, able to find two. Close to getting the neural theft online, and Ange at least able to trade that one back before they will die to the spike. So very clean round coming out from Resonate, as we also too get to see them carry quite a few of their weapons into this bonus. So this was like the best case scenario despite losing Kaho.
Yeah, huge kind of pickup from the Glazers to bring themselves back in the game, though. And Resonate, again, flawless first 2 rounds. That is such a quirky placement. But I like it. I guess I'm just so used to, like... there's just an open middle.
All I'm saying, though, I feel like one blast back could kind of do you dirty there, but regardless, it's going to be fast from Resonate this time. Flash going to the back. This is a little bit of an interesting strat here, Gompers.
Oh, they push themselves up. Andrew is feeling confident and cocky. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work out for the best, but TG trying to really pack in. Refrag potential come through from Resonate, and they do manage to find themselves that 3-3. So at the end of the day, still having some of that possible player advantage, especially now with some of that damage already taking place. Fragment to try to back, maybe even eliminate precision. Not going to work out, though, especially with tons of util still settled down in B. And I think this might work if they put up that smoke screen. I mean, they might just be able to kind of catch somebody out there.
Also, too, I just want to mention the fact that that Cypher camera's still around. Oops. That's a little bit of a misplay there, but the Cypher camera still around is going to give that information that someone might be coming around. As long as that Cypher can scope it out.
They've destroyed it. They have a big potential to try to get a sandwich in. Cam still watching down behind, and of course 2 players already downed, and TG feeling pretty good about the circumstances that they were put under. Yeah, big plays. I do want to see those trap wires in action, though. I think the point is that when you get scared, you tend to move to the corners.
Yeah.
So I think that's what he's going for, but...
I think also, too, like, if a Raze is satcheling in onto the site, especially with that angle, like, you're going to get caught by one of them. Just in the verticality that can kind of happen, which could immediately just shut down the Raze push moving forwards there. And weird little round to talk about, because I do think that Resonate on their post plant got a little bit too ambitious, and we're hoping for a couple more timings. Whereas the Glazers, because they were more or less playing together, a lot more easier for them to be able to get that trade. And Ange's arm was spotted out by Andrew, and no knife gives no info.
Oh yeah!
Regardless, Ange's ready to pull that paranoia through. Does manage to break down the ultimate there coming through from the Gecko, and it doesn't have a lot of impact for the time being. They're going to be able to recollect that and maybe pull through with something else. Well, the Resonate feeling pretty comfortable for the time being. Yeah, already erupting. Andrew finding 2 off the rip. Thrash now finding another one as well, and it is beautiful. Resonate looking way better than they did before, especially on a map like this one where TG kind of favored to win this one out, though. 3-1 Resonate coming back to it.
And now I'm not saying that I was right, but once again, it looks like when Resonate have their utility available for them, they're looking so good on these frags. I mean, obviously things can go a little bit more chonky, but in the overall just gunplay that is going down when they're on even ground with the Glazers, they're looking a lot better. I liked what Drone was trying to do there, go all the way back around and then try and set up the fault line to get that working. But Resonate are just playing like a storm. They're just running through and finding the kills that they need to, thanks to the utility that's now available to them, Gompers.
Trying to use that util for the greater good.
Greater good of your team, of course.
Of course. Unfortunately, yeah, Precision seems like they're trying to be better than this team alone with the aim. With TG with a backup there, Ange, not looking like they're going to be able to win that one out. But I do like the outlaw from Riku. Unfortunately, though, the way things are working out, especially with the plant coming down at B, I'm not so sure that's going to work out the way they planned.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, too, the Glazers, the spike is so far away. I don't know if you hold on to this outlaw just because it's a little bit of a strange buy here. But honestly, Resonate, I gotta commend them because, you know, they were expecting, okay, if we get the spike down fast, they're just going to assume we're going to be flying in hot. And that allowed for a very quick pickup kill at the start of that round. And Riku at least able to get one here. Looking for the next one. Conti is going to shut that one down. Resonate starting to really run away with these rounds. Also, too, now Conti's going to have that null command online, which could mean for an even faster take.
And Resonate putting themselves up on a pedestal here. I will say looking a lot better than the previous map. Obviously so. I feel like they're a little bit more in tune with the agents they're playing as well. I don't know, the Sage kind of felt slightly uncomfortable, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
So did some of the other agents. Maybe it was just the map of Ascent. Despite that being the map pick of theirs, but obviously timeout coming through from Glazers, definitely pressuring them into a position they do not want to be.
And let's take a look at how this next round might play out, because the Glazers are going to have full weaponry coming into this one. Same going to be the case for Resonate. Obviously, when you win 2 rounds in a row, your economy is looking pretty darn good. What's more interesting to me is the amount of ultimates that are going to be on a line. Right now, if I'm Resonate, I understand how this is going. You want to continue to get that ball rolling. You want to keep on pushing the snowball down the hill so it gets even larger. Except there's a lot of ults on the other side that you're going to have to contend with. And so what you want to do is you want to use your ultimates, as many as you've got, to try and win out this round. And if you're the Glazers, same thing, but you want to at least draw out all of the ultimates from Resonate, because that could make a huge difference moving forwards. This is going to be that hot button round to see how this half could continue to play out here, as there's a lot on the table right now.
Yeah, they gather early information outside of A, which leads to an interesting reposition. Some pings moving forward, but mid-site for Resonate, a little bit more appealing.
Thanks to that camera being set up on mid as well, gives a lot more information. I say that as it immediately goes down. What's more important as well is we're seeing the anchor of Ange on that A site, with the fault line getting ready to go, set up the trap just in case. Smoke could be going down, but at this point, if you're the Glazers, you must have an inkling that it's either going to be a mid or B side hit. And given the knife just got tossed out there, I imagine the Glazers must be where it's happening.
I know exactly.
So pushing themselves forward, but it seems like even then, maybe the showstopper would do some of the work. Resonate just won't let go. And a 2v3, big possibility. I mean, tons of util settle down from Drone. So we have a Splash and a fault line to use. Is it going to be utilized, though, especially now with the buddy system coming through, having to check the left-hand side? So many players there, but the timing. They don't catch them out. They're still waiting for it. 34 health on Ange because they got just a bit too greedy, and Resonate might just be able to pull through with maybe another 5-1. Fighting for their lives, still waiting in the backhand corner, but time is of the essence and they just can't do it.
Right call being made here to move out. Oh no, can't even save the operator. Velas denies that one, and honestly, that was a very tough round, but it was such an important round for Resonate to win. At least the Glazers are able to get all of the ultimates out of their pocket. Nothing available, even though KHS is close to getting Thrash back online. While the Glazers, they still got all 4 of their ultimates. I'm not gonna lie to you, Gompers, I think that would have been the round to do it, but I think that with the speed that Resonate were going for, there wasn't even an opportunity, really, for the Glazers to really respond. Resonate using their ultimates just completely dominate the site. That as a result, those ultimates just kind of sit pretty in your pockets. As once again, the Glazers are going to be sent back onto a save. Sheriffs across the board, lots of ultimates, but it's still not favored for them this round.
Trying to see what they can accomplish at this point, but already with that being said, a trade-off down inside of mid. Semi-info gather there, Resonate now. I mean, really trying to make some sort of push forward, but it seems almost impossible to get past this team without finding somebody and getting picked off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so slow right now. They've got no information as to what's happening. And so the Glazers are just kind of guessing which site to go to. I mean, if you look at that top part of their minimap, you see that they're moving around over to A, moving around over to B. They just don't know what is happening. And, well, with that information, I think they're going to be aware of it this time.
Where is everyone hiding?
Spike planted.
They're looking to pick themselves back up. Zachary finding some sort of showstopper. Push forward, though. There comes, I mean, something else, maybe Paint Show. To kind of push back, but it's beautiful. Already Resonate still stuck around the back, but it's a 4v2 and a potential to bring things back in seconds. It's over.
I think they were looking for those types of opportunities on Ascent, if I'm being honest with you. Unbelievable stuff just at the end there. And on top of that, too, we saw the Glazers. They had the utility to make that one work. Paranoia comes through. Unfortunately, nothing happens. And it's going to be Andrew getting the collateral and KHS sweeping up the rest. As Resonate, they're just running away with this map now. And a couple of ultimates get expended on that last round for the Glazers. Not necessarily the best position, but given the fact that they were up 4-2, they should have been able to get something. And already Andrew going in deep, gets punished though by Zach.
That just ended the life of Andrew. And they're just looking for revenge at this point. Man, they fed into the hands of Resonate so easily within the last round. They do not want to do that again, but it seems like Riku now trying to pull through with an off shot and a half. Not gonna happen though. Especially now with some sort of contest coming down to the extremities of the B site. Everybody else wanting to peek around and find something, but they can't. And a slight back off coming through from KHS.
It's such good protocols, immediately tossing out the paint shells, giving yourself a chance to back off here. And then you can see just playing off contact. Fault line's still available, and you know they're just itching for an opportunity to use it and get a lot of stuns to sweep out and kill. But to Resonate's credit, they haven't even given up those opportunities. As soon as the information is usually given, they're more or less moved up. Precision, though, this is going to be a good spot.
Trying to keep himself in a good position. Now Molly pops out, and I'm a bit afraid because we've seen before the collateral that happened with Resonate, and they were able to bring things back. But even then, Ange fighting for this, and Precision with the util alone, making sure that they're going to be playing off that, but they know who is just within the smoke. And already a sandwich moving forward. Drone's life saved by, I mean, a heroic act alone. And it's up to KHS to keep this team alive, but with 10 seconds left, there is absolutely no possibility to try to take the spike back. Just looking for a pick to end things off. But finally, TG putting themselves back on the board.
Yeah, and see, that's what I like to see from the Glazers, that util combo that kind of comes through. That's the reason why you want to bring up Reach onto this map. It just hasn't found the opportunity really to crack open any of Resonate's plays. And as a result of that, it slowly is not that useful. But of course, just got to find the right time at the right place, and it could be devastating. We're seeing this time Resonate swap things around to A. We've seen them go extremely fast previously. Imagine we're going to be seeing something similar as well. Precision is going to have a lot on their hands.
Definitely might be the case, but pulling forward with the boom bot not going to be able to find anything, especially with the A site. Not very heavily contested on the defense. Looking more for a retake potential. The plant coming down. Now that gives little to no time for TG to bring things back. Velis, lack of information there, but of course some of those pings coming through, so they know where Kaho is. Gonna be able to push him out in a beautiful combination of everything combined. And there it goes. TG looking for more, and it might just be able to happen. Zachary, beautiful nade. Once again, to push back. And it's Conti just getting taken down again with a 3K. TG are back into it, baby.
That util combo was sick. I mean, it was just the perfect spot for the paint shells to land just beside the aftershock, and then on top of that too, in all of the chaos, because sure, they aren't smokes, but when a lot of things are flashing on your screen, you can kind of miss some sound cues, kind of miss how things are working out. Zachary flies in just behind Andrew and is able to secure the kill there. I mean, look at this, just excellent satcheling kind of coming on here. Andrew had no idea what was going on, and yeah, just a very clean retake coming in from the Glazers. I want to see them do this more often. I think that actually that's where they look their best on their post plant. You know, we've seen Resonate try and punish things where they push out a little bit too much, but that has consistently not worked out for them, where the Glazers are ready to punish them. And so now we're seeing Resonate group up a little bit more, play a little bit more huddled together, which is when the Glazers' utility is really going to shine. I mean, we saw it that last round, and I'm hoping that the Glazers are starting to recognize that and play around that utility just a little bit more on that retake, because that's where I think they look their strongest.
If anything, I would have to agree with you and say the same thing. Kind of as well as, like, the B site was just looking pretty dominant to begin with. Running into there, funneling themselves down inside of main. And kind of just taking everybody out one by one as they try to make their way and contest that area. So, on the side of TG, definitely looks like they think that's what's going to happen here. Maybe pushing themselves outward. And this is going to be huge early info, too, because you got the hold coming through from Precision on the A site.
Yeah, they just go for it. It's actually just to make sure that Zach can get Showstopper online. And yeah, given the amount of pressure that is going on here, at this point, Glazers know. This is Resonate moving in onto here to try and get as much utility as we can out of them before we move in and play that post plan.
Still kept up to it. They're running themselves down. Maybe trying to find something in the back, and it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Though Ange with the 4K and just basically ends the lives of many. Resonate cannot seem to hold on after that one. And of course, the confidence starting to drain itself out after that. Man, Ange is... they just step up when needed.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew was the MVP of the Glazers last round. Definitely feeling hot. Seeing that being played right now. Currently 12 kills on the board. Oh, that was such a disgusting flick. But once again, just kind of caught off guard as Resonate collapse.
This goes here.
Does not feel good.
Let's do what we do.
Man.
It does not.
Okay, Ange, keep it going. 12-6. Pretty even KDA. Now at this point, Thrash trying to find somebody, doesn't manage to do so, and that's going to be hard to recollect that. They can't even get that ultimate back, if anything.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that Thrash is really interesting. Usually you use it to get a little bit more space for yourself, but it seems like that was used more for a fake, and, well, Ange strikes again, able to at least find two here, and the aftershock going to delay them even further.
Exactly where you are.
Yeah, but the ultimate kind of was set out. Oh, and Zachary doesn't know who's there, doesn't even check the right-hand side. Though gets out very, very safely. Paint Shell doesn't do too much damage. Though when it comes down to Andrew, they're going to have to get the entry into this, but it's not going to be easy. Zachary's still holding the angle, especially alongside Drone, and the cross hold proving to be very, very helpful. But the rotation coming in just a bit late. Riku settled down with the op and not really making too much noise there, but is able to try to gather some of that information. 2v1 situation, and of course, win advantage still stuck on the side of Resolve. Oh man, okay, this is beautiful. Util being used left and right just for the sake of it, and almost hits them as well.
Camera taken out.
Look at this. Now they're grouped up as well just to make sure that they can swing off each other effectively. Riku still has that operator, but this is such a sneaky play from Kaho.
They're gonna peek it. Yep, they have it down. That was the only thing you could do. I mean, if you're in the hands of Kaho, if anything, I feel like definitely getting the plant down and playing off the pressure would have been better, because at that point there was no pressure for TG to push. I think, and I mean, I guess there was some level of insecurity of not knowing where everybody was, but definitely baiting into that just a bit more. Seems like regardless, trying to get that first pick to feel that sense of security.
Yep. And it's so funny because it feels like Resonate's strategy usually is like, let's play nice and grouped up. And it's leading to these moments where they're just lining up and then someone like Ange can just get a multi-kill right off the bat. I'm starting to see, though, the Glazers do an excellent job of starting to read how Resonate are playing, and they're using their utility appropriately. That KO knife is good, though, because that slows things down a little bit more, while not actually buying that much space. A lot of utility has to get used by Resonate just to claim some ground.
Oh, but Andrew doesn't get anything with the paint shell, man, and it does so much to push back this team. But even then, you've lost out on a showstopper. Now you have to try to fight this team back, especially with Riku making a lot of the commands here. And now another one through from Zachary, and it just does not end. Kaho can possibly try to get something through with that, but even then, a cleanup from TG. That just leaves Resonate speechless. Now you got that 6-6. Originally, a huge lead that was lit up by Resonate, just gone in seconds.
And I'm wondering if Resonate just had a little bit of a wrong read there, because they dumped all their utility right off the bat. And so at that point, the Glazers just gave them all that space. They completely used everything, and then they hit them with their own stall utility. After the showstopper's been popped, makes it almost impossible for Andrew to find anything. And then suddenly, Resonate, they've got nothing left in the tank to be able to move on to the site. They try to anyways, and the Glazers are ready to punish, given the fact that they've still got a lot to play off of. So excellent little read there from the Glazers as soon as that information is given. Now, 6-6 in this half. We're going to be swapping around what was a very dominant start from Resonate. Started to fall apart, and now the Glazers, they've tied it back up, and they're looking to keep their streak going.
Yeah, they've set up the smoke to deter anyone that might want to make their way inside. Now finding some of these shots. PG struggling to keep themselves alive, but of course, I mean, some of the damage there. 4v2, but it definitely isn't not possible, especially with the 22 health still left on KHS and no possibility for a heal. So if they manage to pick off Kaho, this could be huge, especially now rotation slowly coming in from Resonate.
That was very aggressive right off the bat, but worked out in Resonate's favor perfectly. A couple of ships missed in the night. Sanj was able to walk through that one, but now with the bodies, especially on the pistols, this is looking pretty darn good for Resonate. You can see them all decide to just turtle themselves onto B. That's fine. They'll allow the Glazers to be able to get the plant down, because they know as long as they keep people alive, they can win this round.
Hostile removed.
Oh, jeez.
I like this. Precision takes on a very aggressive role.
Last
Oh,
player
no.
standing. 30 seconds
And
left.
that's when you get too heavily focused on one angle. Kind of lead yourself away from the main objective, which was honestly just to try to get as many picks you can to make it easier on Zachary. And maybe even potentially move yourself back over towards A. But it seems like that's not the case now. Taking in a 1v3. Installing for some of that time.
About to say, surprised the Cypher camp wasn't going up. Maybe just going to use it when they are a little bit closer. But not too much utility left. We do have Velis, at least with the Shadow Step. Smoke can be dropped down as well. They've got the bodies, though, and a Frenzy, too. This should be an open and shut case.
Yeah, they're going to defuse it. It doesn't even matter at this point. Yeah, wide swing. Whatever you want to do. Still going to work out in favor, especially with that 3v1. But TG, man, losing out another one. Giving that 7-6 up to Resonate.
Yeah, and Resonate playing aggressively right off the bat. Didn't even give the Glazers an opportunity, really, to use their util to try and foil their plans. So as a result, they just get completely bowled over just as that round starts out. But it's okay. You know, there's a little bit of room to play around given the fact that these teams are incredibly evened out. We'll be seeing a very aggressive buy-up from Resonate this time around. Makes sense. Want to keep that momentum moving forwards here, as they are playing a little bit more heavy flash utility out of this A site, which I think is going to be really interesting because they can flash things off, they can use their mollies. It should be a pretty solid hold from them, at least to buy the team some time to explore and get more room once they realize the number of players from the Glazers that are moving up onto this A site.
Timing. Definitely being the one thing holding back potential from TG right now. They did manage to actually get some of the util pushed back, and now, potential to try to take away Kaho was so big. And that would have been huge if they had pushed that as a group and maybe had found something else there so they could collect that Spectre, but now it's up to KHS to come around the back, and that they will. Another one down, and another round one. Resonate, they keep going.
That was clean. Oh my goodness. I mean, you saw how that happened, but wow, that was crazy. First, the fragment kind of comes in, the flash drive as well. It's forcing everyone around, but at this point, they've already circled around onto the actual site. So you force the people to run into the gunfire of that one member of Resonate starting to move in. So a very clean gun round and a best case scenario for that squad. The Glazers, this is going to be their opportunity to start to pull things back. Keep in mind, we saw this very similar thing happen to them in that first half, so I wouldn't count them out just quite yet. But they are going to be heavily investing into rifles this time, while Resonate, they're going for that 4 stack onto this A site. And this could be a little bit of a brawl.
Yes, folks. Been set up. But regardless of that, it's not going to do too much, especially with the push still continuing there from TG. Oh, and the A side is so free.
And I think this is a good adaptation coming in from TG. You know, they originally were looking at that A site, and now that Precision's getting a lot of ground, that's going to completely just confuse Resonate as to where the spike is going. And so it should be a very clean plant and a very clean opportunity for them to be able to set things up. Precision with yet another, making this a lot more easier for Resonate to lose this round, sorry.
Yeah, but with the nade already being settled down, Riku's trying to find something spontaneous, maybe to keep TG in the game, but if they don't win this one out, TG just may as well. I mean, collect the L from this point on, because the economy's going to be very, very bad. Not to mention Resonate as well, just kind of on a roll here. 30 health though, now Flash, and they've heard the location of where Andrew is up top. Ange is watching, and that's 7 to 8 down to the board for you.
And sure, they're able to carry 2 rifles out, but that's not the best case scenario for TG here. They're also able to get the spike down, which obviously bolsters the economy just a little bit more. Resonate, they did their job on that 3rd round. Now they're going to more or less have the advantage here. We are going to be seeing the Glazers buy up, though. Still have enough money in their pockets to be able to secure rifles into this one. And yeah, this is going to be the first real round where it's going to be a little bit more contested between these two teams. Already we're seeing, though, the Glazers are swapping things up, pushing more heavily onto this A site, which is something that we haven't really seen, given the fact that the Recon Dart fault line gets tossed out there, too. They're trying to make Resonate think that they are moving on to A. Resonate with the correct read, though, and playing things where they are.
Okay. I mean, even then, it did manage to destroy some of the util set down, but Precision, Cypher on Cypher showdown. With that being said, does manage to take another one away. So, ultimate settle down. I mean, that's going to be huge information to try to push out with that, but this is so risky. And just looking for a push, and is it going to work? I don't think so. Maybe, yes, it will. And they don't even care if they didn't gather extra information or push themselves out to see who might be surrounding the area. Might have just been the best decision, though. 3v3. Now the door being broken. KHS know they're there, but luckily enough, low enough to the point where it's not going to be too much of a concern with Drone being the last one alive and taking out Andrew. That was risky, man. Andrew was really looking out for blood at that point.
Yeah, that frisky is one way to say it. I like you got to go for the hero play though, just because the time was really ticking down there. But quite frankly, once again, Precision is being such an impact player. Immediately just goes to shoot that door down, immediately pressures the backline, and you can tell as soon as that happens, Resonate, they get off the spike, they set up, and they have to slow things down because they have to respect the fact that someone might be pushing them. And that extra time is just time off the spike, which allows TG to be able to scoop up that round. This is looking different than how it went in that first half. TG are very easily starting to pull themselves out. Resonate on a little bit of a save this time. They've got the Thrash available. That's about everything that they've got.
The ambient sounds of the drone, the little boom bot.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different look from the Glazers right now. They've not been looking at mid at all, which is usually Resonate. They haven't even really defensively held it, but this time around, for whatever reason, seems that both the defenders and the attackers were adding a little bit of impact onto mid. And you can see they think that this is just going to be a go over to B play, especially as soon as that smoke gets dropped down. That's just going to be free reign. As soon as that trip goes down, though, should be the indication for Resonate to know what is happening. So over rotation might have just sealed the round away.
30 seconds.
Attempting to get the run down. Zachary actually clearing up the site. Now with the 8-8, this is time to see who's going to take this lead. And who might just be able to run away with it. Because if they diminish... I mean, even then, Resonate just trying to diminish the economy of TG at this point. Maybe take away some sort of round from this. But yeah, everybody just running into the crosshairs of this team with a classic set down. And now especially another one from Zachary. 3K, huge. The KHS trying to spam through smoke and potentially finding one. But it was Zachary to keep this team intact and alive. And especially now with a cleanup there. A huge win from TG to take in that lead once again, especially from being, pummeled down to the floor with like a 6-2.
I will survive.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Absolute madness here, but the breach utility is finally getting to really showcase why it's so effective. It stalls things out just for a second, allows a couple of those cooldowns to work out there, and then it's just absolute anarchy. The fault line comes in, pressuring Resonate to try and push through, allowing Zach to be able to find one kill, showstopper online, and it all just kind of crumbles in that one little section. But the Glazers more than happy to scoop up that victory. They're now in the lead for the first time on this map against Resonate. Resonate will have a strong buy this time, and they could potentially get a couple of ultimates online if they scoop up those orbs. But once again, the Cypher at least keeping things in check on that A side. While Drone, okay, got shut down for a second, but it doesn't matter because the Rolling Thunder, excellent tool for the post plant, or even just to push people off.
Off your feet!
Yeah, they pushed that Rolling Thunder down in B, but nobody was there. I like this. They prepared for it. And now, here comes where karma starts. Because Resonate, they're ready for it. But even then, no utility used to push themselves in, and everybody already down once again. Economy completely trained out of the way. TG feeling very, very good about the results that they're seeing as well.
Oh yeah, they look like they've really gotten into their stride on some of these rounds. Resonate, on the other hand, while they were looking very confident, they're not playing as strongly as they were in the first half. And it's really starting to show. So aptly, they are going to take a timeout, cool things off a little bit, and try and figure out what is going wrong. Because we've seen them be able to use their utility really effectively when trying to push through, but it feels like they're starting to default back now just to like over rotation, just play with their bodies and play for those gun duels. And it's these little tricky plays that we're now getting out of the Glazers that's allowing them to just come out on top. So the Glazers taking a pretty, well, not demanding, not yet, but it's starting to really solidify themselves as they're looking to close out this series 2-0.
I mean, I would want to as well. Kind of going any further than this. It's two best of threes that the Glazers have played. If anything, Resonate were feeling pretty comfortable. This is what, the first game they played today. You know, in terms of promotion and relegation. So even then, there's a slight warm up in the last game. You know, to put yourself into a live stream and then have to deal with, you know, the attention of things that you might not be so used to as the Glazers are, as they've been, you know, streamed time and time again throughout the season. So not only that, but then playing a game before that and really having to use their skill and playing a map that they're pretty familiar with. So it really does lean a bit more heavily in favor into TG. Yeah, but looking at the B site, now no util other than a cam to kind of watch out for what's going on there.
It's this aggressive push. Could potentially get punished. Precision still has, a trapwire to walk off of. That's good information. Spots out one. Immediately can just back out of there as Ellis goes in for it. But look at that. The protocols are just so good. The fault line comes in immediately and pushes that aggression back while TG, they just take that B site for free.
And the suppression does not catch anybody. That's going to be super unfortunate. Looking at the util, KHS going to prove to be a very, very big help. When it comes down to getting themselves on the site, the question is, how are they going to use that utility? Now big pressure coming through from Zachary alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it works out for the better TG.
We bring in the body bags.
Oh my goodness. And now every time I see TG, I think of, thank God it's Friday. I don't know why.
All right, Katy Perry, geez.
No, yeah, I was thinking, that's bad. Yeah, you know.
There you go. Yeah. Still a couple more days until we're at Friday. So hold that one under your back pocket for a couple days. But once again, I think the phrase goes, teamwork makes the dream work. And we're seeing TG really just exemplify that right now. Just playing off of each other extremely well. They're calling for utility when they need it to come through. The fault line, once again, just flying around wherever. Drone finding so much value, even though not necessarily finding the kill. And look at that. The Glazers were ready for this aggressive rocket play, as Andrew's not going to be able to get anything while Ange has completely gone into the back. It's a little bit of an interesting trade as Resonate look to punish.
I mean, that was an interesting choice. Location of TP, but even then, TG still managed to push themselves up towards the A site. Oh, and they don't know. I think they're just going for a rotation over towards B. They've done this once. There was one time where I saw them do this, actually. And I think it was against Blinn Esports. They gave in a big rotate. Got some sort of flank, coming down to it, and it worked so well. And I'm not surprised that they decided to pull this out so late in the game to solidify that win, because this is a great strat.
It's so tricky, and on top of that too, now Conti doesn't have that null command available, and they have to walk in through these lanes that Drone is watching with the fault line. Once again, the protocols, it's just unparalleled coming in from the Glazers.
Oh, dude, Drone is just annihilating everybody that comes into their crosshair. That's like the second time they managed to catch somebody out. But again, the off angle from Zachary, that just proves to be so good. An economy drained from Resonate. Match point now as well. And they're going to have to cough up anything that they have just to keep themselves in the game.
I was going to say, Andrew with the TP back. Now that's a bold move. Let's see how this one plays out. But actually, the bold move was rotating all the way around and completely bamboozling Resonate. Like you said, Gompers, you've seen them do that before, but that was so effective. I can't believe that also was the win condition to force out the null command as well. Resonate got completely fooled by that single piece of utility, honestly.
They're pulling out all the stops for this one. Honestly, the strats are coming out. That's all I'm going to say for TG. If they get silent, you have to be afraid. And here, silence not really an option, especially with the eruption that's about to occur. KHS getting ready to help Andrew out, but even then, so much utility, just draining Andrew from the health that has been presented to them. That seems like Painshell's still not even going to be settled down. I'm surprised they're not utilizing the util that they have here. And that just allows the showstopper to come through. Zachary pushing back the players on the side of B. And a possible collection, but it seems like rotation already set down towards A. Oh, wow. That is crazy.
Oh, no precision with the timing. Just misses it out. Is able to stay alive. Unfortunately, the Frisbee does bounce off the wall. But that's more than enough information for the rest of the Glazers to be able to rotate over. Sure, they still have a little bit of a pesky Cypher hanging out, but it will at least secure them. The plant and Zach not done yet. Able to find KHS.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
Plant settled down. They're trying their absolute best
Cage
to
triggered.
play with everything that they have, but Precision now pulling up the cage to leave Riku with some sort of value, and it seems like there the angle hold is valuable enough, but with one player remaining, it might just be GG. And that's exactly what it is. Congratulations to the Glazers, because this team is qualifying to Challengers.
Yeah, they've solidified their position in the mid-season cup. Like we talked about this entire time, they've had a little bit of a rough start in Challengers Series 1, but the fact that they are looking pretty darn good, able to maintain their position, and you can tell that it's starting to click a little bit better with this team. They aren't looking as scattered or lost. And once again, I think they've done a lot of work at making sure that their utility usage is working very well together, and I think we're seeing that completely cash out.
Well, the Glazers, I mean, they fought for another chance. And it seems like they did end up getting it. Obviously, they didn't have the best time in the regular season, and I think that the best part about, I guess, this whole entire experience is, it's kind of cutthroat, and you get to experience what it's like to be on the edge, right? To actually not be able to keep your spot, and fight for it down in the lower bracket run. So they made a hell of a run, and I'm super, super excited to see what they can do moving forward and the improvement that they make, because I definitely feel like they made so much improvement already moving forward in this relegation and promotion. And overall, just like in general, all the players definitely looking a bit more synergized. I can see the set plays that they're wanting to push through, especially like the repetitions within them as well. And I really am looking forward to seeing what else they're going to be cooking.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like, obviously we got to see the Thinking Men earlier, as well as Resonate come in onto this one. And these are really good teams as well. So you can see that a lot of people are going for broke and really trying to make this one happen. Once again, Resonate coming from Premier. And honestly, they were very close to being able to secure their spot for Challengers, yet they just fall a little bit short against the Glazers. As, you know what? It felt like mechanically they could get there, but it just seems like they need a little bit more time in the oven before they're fully ready to come out.
They need to bake. No, I'm just kidding. But no, Resonate, I gotta say kudos to them as well, because I feel like it really isn't easy to come through from Premier and go against teams that have been solidified for quite a while, right?
Yeah. Especially
in such a pro scene. Because the Glazers, they've been up against people like Moist X Shopify and stuff like that. And these are teams that are so dominant in their own right that, for example, Oxygen, right? Like, you really, M80, you can't compare, sort of things like that. And I think Resonate, they definitely have a big journey ahead of them because they played like hell throughout the whole entire tournament. And I genuinely do think with the results that we saw, they have such big, like a big path ahead of them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, obviously, as things continue to play out, very excited to see the mid-season cup kind of shake down, especially too as the Glazers are starting to look a little bit more confident in their own individual play style. I mean, some of the individual plays that we were seeing come out from these players, Zachary, an easy highlight. Drone felt a little bit more quiet on this map, but honestly, the utility usage was fantastic. And of course, Ange from the Glazers, oh my goodness, so many different opportunities, finding so many kills on this Omen, being in those tricky little teleportation spots, which are just such a pleasure to see every single time. And Resonate, they were really trying their best to go up against that. Andrew doing an excellent job on that raise as well, being able to take 2 duels down and try and win things out, but unfortunately it just falls a little bit flat. So once again, just big shout out to the Glazers. Everyone on the team were looking really good.
Everyone on the team is looking absolutely immaculate. And Drone, I've seen such, like, it's like star players, to be honest with you, on this team. Zachary is star player of their own, playing, that duelist role. But in terms of the aim and precision, dude, these 2 players were knocking everybody out of the water. And I do have to say, it is crazy to kind of see something like that. And you know, obviously they did an immaculate job at keeping themselves well put together on the side of the Glazers, and a huge congratulations to them for being able to make it to that mid-season cup, baby. And of course, I mean, thank you for joining me on the desk, Marks. It's been a great day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a hot minute since I've been around, but this was, honestly, it's so cool to be able to see some of these teams, once again, come up through Premier. Things didn't quite work out for them on the first qualifying tournament for Challengers the first time around, and these teams are still on the grind and trying to make it work. And even then, the teams from Challengers, Thinking Men and the Glazers, really giving it their all and actually developing their skills as players and as a team. We're really starting to see all of this come together, and that to me is just the best part of, you know, these types of tournaments.
Yep, and to end off the day, I do want to show you guys what everything is looking like, what you may have missed throughout these past 2 days in the bracket, of course, to see what is going on. But this is your finalized bracket. Thinking Men knocked out and Resonate knocked out as well. So you only have Blinn Esports and the Glazers that just so happened to make it past everything that had happened. So, I mean, listen, hey, we might get to see a Blinn Esports, the Glazers rematch eventually, and maybe things might end up differently, because that first day, they were not looking the way they looked today, is all I'm going to say.
Honestly, too, just talking about Blinn, I'm super excited to see them go up against some of our Challengers team. Of course, they are part of the collegiate circuit, but they've been looking extremely good as well. And moving out from like the collegiate to like the proper tier 2, there's going to be a lot of ideas that are kind of bashing their heads against one another. And honestly, I'm just really excited to see that one shake out.
I'm excited to see it as well. But as for you guys that were here, I mean, Marks, before I head things out, do you have any last words?
Super excited for the mid-season tournament. I think it's going to be great. Y'all should tune into that one, because once again, super curious to see which one of these players might be able to kind of dethrone some of the more predicted matches that we've been seeing up in Challengers. So, you know, it's Valorant. Things can go any direction ever, so get ready for that.
It is Valorant, and they can go in any direction. We also have a new patch coming up. For those of you who aren't aware, it is already there, actually. It's not coming up. It's there. So have fun with that. Get used to it. It's going to suck. But of course, I'm super, super excited to see you guys for the Mid-Season Cup. As for now, have an amazing day. Honestly, have an amazing year. And yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
You fought well out of charges. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Three gone.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Enemy down.
Cancel. Hostile KI. My ult's ready.
Remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Put down.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 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 Satchel out.